Welcome back to RSAC 2026. We're live from Broadcast Alley at Moscone West in San Francisco as we kick off day 2 here on CyberRisk TV. I'm Matt Alderman, host of Business Security Weekly, and yesterday we set the tone with some incredible conversations and insights from across the conference. Today, we're continuing that momentum with a fresh lineup of guests and deeper dives into the challenges and opportunities shaping security teams right now. Joining me is Mike Shema, host of Application Security Weekly. Hey, Mike, it's a pleasure seeing you in person. Like we never see each other in person.
It's so rare. I think I kicked off my career on ASW seeing you at RSA so many years ago.
I know.
So this is fun. Yeah.
It was fun because I remember when Paul and I first talked to you about it, we're like, yeah, we need somebody to host ASW. And I'm like, Mike's perfect. So it's well, and that was what, like
7 years ago. Yeah.
Crazy.
And nobody was talking about agents and agentic and LLMs at the time.
Right.
Man, this year, that's all we
forget
hear.
about that. So when Doug and I kicked this off yesterday, I said, we're going to see a combination of AI, agentic, and autonomous all over the place in various combinations. And so far, we've been right.
Yeah, so we've rolled the alphabet. Used to be all zero trust. Now we're back to letter A. So I don't know what next year will be with B, but who knows?
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah. So because we're media, I actually counted the number of press releases I got yesterday because we get all the press releases.
Yep.
So quick summary for everybody. I got 18 press announcements yesterday. Just yesterday. Now that's not including the stuff that came over the weekend and last week. 18 yesterday. 12 of them were AI related.
How many were new products that have, now we won't name names perhaps, how many of them were new products that were just, we're going to put AI at the end of it and sell that?
About half.
Oh, okay.
About half. I also, one other interesting stat, 5 of them had RSA, not RSAC for the conference, which is a big no-no, by the way. So
RSAC.
Vendors out there. This is RSAC Conference, not RSA Conference anymore. The split from RSA, the company, to the conference has changed the acronym a little bit.
We're
but
a
lot of
community now.
We are.
Exactly.
But it's interesting that people are still using RSA and not the new RSAC. So just another tidbit I pulled out.
Attention to detail.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
Exactly. Well, so you're getting all these press releases. Hopefully you're going to be able to have a little bit of time to hang out during the con today. Anything you're looking forward to?
I love to go to the edges. So yesterday the floor didn't open until 5 o'clock for the welcome reception, which I wasn't able to attend. But when I go to the floor, I go to the edges. I always do. I know all the big boys, right? I know all the main players, right? So I don't need to go to their booths. I want to go see all the new stuff. So those people are typically around the edges. They're the cheaper booths, the 10 by 10s around the edges.
Yep.
Innovation, the innovation area will open up. Innovation Sandbox we'll talk about in a second. But you've also got this kind of startup area also up in, I think it's in South, I think it's in South. I like to go up there too. They'll do Cyber Ops. I think it's today they kick off Cyber Ops, and you can walk around like all the new companies. These are all the small guys. Like these are all in little stand-up booths. It's fun to walk up there. One, they're very hungry to talk to you because they're brand new companies and they want to talk to people. I just like to see what's up there. Like who's actually innovating and who's not innovating, right? There's a lot of... What I've seen up there in the past is kind of like redos. Like last year, it was a lot of enterprise browser companies. Okay, it's like, all right, guys, there's this thing out there called Google Chrome that has a commercial version, an enterprise version. There's Island. Like, do you
That's
really...
a lot to compete against.
Right, is that really where you're going to try to make your money is another enterprise browser, right? So to me, I'm not looking for those companies. I'm looking for people that are doing some innovative stuff, which brings me to yesterday Innovation Sandbox. So they named the winner, Jordy AI. And when you mentioned it, it says governance, and I said, if it's just a plain governance play, it's not going to be any good. But I did a little research. It looks like they were actually trying to understand what the AI agents are doing, right? So it's analyzing, it's looking at behavior. That's interesting to me. Like
Yeah.
One of the hardest challenges I think a lot of companies are going to face is not knowing what their AI agents are doing. What's it accessing? What's it doing? Is it doing things correctly? Is it going off the rails? Solutions that can help you get an understanding of that, I think, are going to be interesting solutions in this space.
Yeah, and that's where it's appealed to me too, especially just because everybody wants the LLMs to write code.
Yeah.
But a lot of it is, it doesn't matter who or what wrote the code. We still have the same flaws.
Right.
We still have all those approaches, but you want those tools to be able to talk to, gather information from this internal wiki, or talk to this password storage, password vault. And that's where it starts to get like, should it really be talking to that, or do we know it is?
Right.
Like, just what's my insider threat is suddenly like everybody downloading OpenClaw because they want to, because it's exciting, it's crazy.
Right. Yeah, because nobody knows what models you're using or what's communicating to what, or even what data this stuff is accessing, right? Jason brings it up on the show all the time. He said the first time clients turned on Copilot, they asked to shut it off because they didn't realize that it had access to all the Microsoft data. And if you don't have the right classification and protection in place, next thing you know, you're like pulling your CEO's salary. That might be a problem.
Well, and it's funny because you mentioned browsers. Even there's a bunch of presentations this year about hacking the AI browsers, and there's AI browsers out there now. You know, we've skipped over enterprise. What does that speak to you about? Is there a future there? Is that just is that an innovation that you like?
So was it last year? I think it was last year, or maybe it was 2 years ago. I hypothesized what happens when we hit Q day and it breaks the internet. Because think about this: the entire internet's based off of TLS encryption. Okay. What if the future world of the internet was quantum safe encryption protocols married with AI bots and MCP servers? It's a really different world, right? But that could be the future of the internet. And I hypothesized this. It was last year or the year before. And a couple companies kind of latched on to that and said, wait, is that possible? And so it got me really interested in what are the new technologies that are underlying the AI world, right? Maybe it's not an AI browser as much as it is MCP. Model Context Protocol is the thing that is really interesting to me. And how is that going to shift and change the way communications happen? Because that's how these agents are communicating to each other. It's a really interesting problem. That's the one that I think gets really interesting. I'd love to see who's doing what around Model Context Protocol.
And I'll just throw in, even if MCP is going to be around for another year, because it came out of nowhere so fast,
I know.
and that somebody else is going to have the next fun thing. But I think strategically that makes sense to me. Tactically, my mind just goes to everybody who's creating a new browser, wonderful. It's going to be behind. There's going to be so many ways it's going to get popped.
Right.
Not to mention the prompt injection. That's going to be the other classic problem that OWASP Top 10 still hasn't gotten rid of SQL injection cross-site scripting. So
yeah, we just allow the agents to do that for us now.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? Do it at scale. We don't even
do it
need the
at
human
scale.
to do SQL injection anymore. The agents are going to do it for us.
But it is at least nice that it's pretty quiet right here, looking at the people walking around here in Broadcast Alley. But there's still a lot of people at RSA, and it still feels like it's worth talking to people, collaborating, mentioning people. And even one of the keynotes, Jen Easterly, is really cool to see her taking over RSAC, talking about empathetic leadership. So I'm hoping we don't forget about all the people, and even though LLMs, agents, and all the letter A's are taking over.
Yeah, because I don't think RSA Conference would love the fact that no humans show up to the conference because it's only just agentic AI bots that attend the conference. Yeah. And then they're all going to show up virtually anyway. So,
exactly.
Yeah, it would kind of ruin the atmosphere here. The other thing I noticed, which is a trend from last year, is a lot of stuff outside of the show floor. So the one I saw yesterday was absolutely brilliant. So Wiz has the No AI Zone. Okay, it's over by Yuba Burna, over here by the Center of Arts. And it's basically the anti-AI booth. It's outside. And when they were setting it up yesterday, it should be open now, but it says human written news, human-made desserts. It was just this really interesting takeoff. Everybody's going AI, and Wiz says, nope, we're going non-AI.
I love it. Oh, amen to that. That's so fun. And especially impressive coming from Wiz, because they've embraced a lot of AI. They've done wonderful things with the cloud security. Right. So so good reputation. Glad to see them
just kind of taking this and like turning it about face. Some tips and tricks for other vendors out there. Sometimes you just have to go anti-trend.
Yes.
And they did.
That is good. A nice way to stand out. I think another thing that I'm going to go check out to the AppSec Village. So just see what, on a smaller scale, perhaps small relative for RSA, just what people are talking about, what they care about. Because I think it still is going to be agent hacking, MCP hacking, AI browser hacking.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of still things that people are having fun and experimenting with. So that's sort of, I guess, that's my innovation that I'm looking for around there.
Yeah, I'll see what's on the floor today. I'll get a chance to head over there this afternoon. The other thing, again, is a lot of restaurants, a lot of areas booked outside of the conference, to the point where there's certain vendors not even actually exhibiting in the hall. They're only doing things outside the show floor, which is a trend we saw last year. We saw it here. We saw it at Black Hat as well. Mm-hmm. Everybody's trying to create a captive environment to bring customers and prospects off of the show floor. It'll be interesting to see how busy it is on the show floor today, because today is like officially day one in the expo hall, and normally it's a zoo down there. I expect it to be a zoo, but it'll be interesting. Is it not as zoo-like because people are doing stuff all around and not necessarily going on the floor? So we'll see. We'll kind of wrap that up towards the end of the week.
That'll be interesting. I'll have to check that out, to see what your reaction is by the end of the day. I'm curious too, because as you talk about wandering that expo floor and checking out those edges, do you have a question or two that's an easy way to filter out when you talk to one of those vendors to figure out they've got something new, or they're just
I mean, it's how I run every single one of my podcast interviews.
Okay.
Mike, right? What problem are you trying to solve? And how do you solve in a unique and differentiated way? Right? Like at the end of the day, if they can't articulate the problem they're solving and they can't articulate how they're doing things differently, then it's not innovative to me, right? Yeah. You have to be you got to nail that. Right. So when I go down and I check people out, and the first thing I do is I kind of look at their messaging on the booth, and I say, is this an area I'm interested in?
Okay.
Then I go up and I go, okay, what problem are you solving? Okay, that makes sense. How are you solving it differently than the other 400 vendors that are all talking about the same thing, right?
Yeah.
If you can articulate that to me, then we're going to have a deeper conversation. But if you can't, it's all superficial, right, to me. And that's how I try to figure it out. And that's how I run every single podcast interview, because that's what people want to know.
I love it. They do. And I'm curious there too, has there been, because talking about LLM, everybody's talking about LLMs today, but a lot of what I'm hearing are just identity and problems that I think that's a legit thing to bring up, but they sound like a lot of problems that, if I just swap this out with API or with cloud, it probably sounds similar. Like we've had Shadow IT, we've had Shadow Cloud,
now we have Shadow AI.
Yeah, exactly. You see where that's going. Has there been a problem that surprised you that's come out of everybody adopting AIs now, or is it
so? What
standard?
I'm starting to see. So again, I'm going to push the envelope a little bit. The LLM is not where it is. Mm-hmm. LLMs are very good at certain things, but they're not going to solve the highly complex problems of the industry. So what I'm starting to see is trends towards small language models, very specifically tuned models, leverages the LLM for certain things. So people who don't understand this, right, because I deal with this stuff daily, as you do, I think, as well. LLMs are really good at content creation, text, images, etc. It's a good way to enrich things and enhance things. It's not a predictive model, okay? It struggles because it can hallucinate. If it doesn't know the answer, it makes it up. Small language models, you can now tweak and tune to be very specific to solving very specific problems. And where I think the industry is going to go is LLMs have their place, but LLMs is not where we're going to build the next generation of capabilities. It's in very specific small language models that allow us to solve very specific problems with high probability and predictability, that's where the market's going to move. And so I want to understand who's building their own SLMs and leveraging other AI techniques outside of just LLMs. Because if you're only an LLM, you're not going to get where you think you're going to get.
Now that resonates to me. I think of this research out of Microsoft that's showing that you can reduce, I don't think you can say get rid of hallucinations, but significantly reduce the worry of hallucinations. And also I'm going to think economics is going to come back at some point. It's just more efficient to run that SLM. You can throw it out to the edge if you want to talk about SASE or other cool stuff, but that I'm definitely not going to argue with you on that topic.
Yeah, so I want to see where we go with that. I want to see who's actually thinking that way, because that's what I see happening.
Yeah, that will be funny. That will be funny what 2027 looks like, because we'll see how that trend emerges on what the next innovation sandbox looks like.
Exactly. Yeah. All right, let's get into it this week. Don't forget, you can find all of your interviews and show notes at securityweekly.com/RSAC. Stay with us. There's a lot more coming up here at RSAC 2026. Welcome back to RSAC 2026. I'm your host. I am not Doug White. Matt Alderman. Joining me today is Tony Anscombe. He's the Chief Security Evangelist at ESET. Welcome, Tony.
Why? Good to be here. Matt, not Doug.
Matt, not Doug. Not Doug. You were with Doug last year.
That's right.
Yeah,
and I've just been talking to Doug, which is what confused me.
Exactly. It's no problem. I heard you had a little incident this morning.
Well, that was an interesting incident. So, I opened my hotel door this morning and there was a stick of celery. And I looked at it and thought, well, that's a bit weird. And there was not a stick of celery outside of any other door. So I think I'm being stalked.
I think you're being stalked as well.
Yeah.
Hopefully people pick that one up. I'm not quite sure. We're going to talk today about ransomware gangs and this concept of EDR killers. For people who may not be familiar with this, what is an EDR killer?
Well, firstly, let's explain. You've got endpoint protection, and EDR is an endpoint protection product. An EDR killer is something that tries to circumvent that or switch it off so that the bad actor can then have unfettered access. And unfortunately, they're becoming quite good at it. There's quite a few of these actually out on the market now. And I say on the market because they move around between each other and you can buy them. On the dark web and in those nasty forums. And what they do is they use a driver, mainly, the majority of them do, and they use a driver to unload the EDR during boot and remove the security product.
Interesting. Now, are there certain specific types of EDRs that are susceptible to this? Some are kernel-based. Does it work in those environments, or is it for agents that are running more in the user space, not in the kernel space, or doesn't it matter?
Well, if you take, I work for ESET. Ours is a layered approach. So there's different ways of detecting how things are done.
Okay.
But there are products that are more susceptible to it. But it's important that I would say to anybody listening to this, you make sure your security product has that layered approach and is detecting things in other ways that something like this might end up on the machine.
Right.
But we've just released some research on EDR killers and primarily looking at the business model behind it. So we tend to think of, in ransomware terms, you have the credential broker that does the initial access piece. Then you have an affiliate who does the lateral movement, looking at the data and such like. And it's the affiliate that's using the EDR killer. And what's interesting about the research we've just published is there seems to be no allegiance. Now, typically, you'd find an affiliate works with a specific ransomware gang. Now, in this case, what we're seeing is different EDR killers being used by the affiliates, so from multiple places, and multiple drivers. So they're bringing their own drivers. So these EDR killers might be in different drivers, and they might be using different EDR killers that came from a different ransomware gang. Now, this makes attribution really complicated.
Right, yeah.
Because, who am I dealing with? What's the next thing I might be seeing from them? Because you've got to attribute in some way through this matrix of use. So different tooling in nearly every case.
Which makes the subsequent steps of the attack hard to detect or predict.
Yeah, absolutely. So and that's the key, isn't it? Is the prediction of I've got an intrusion. What happens next?
Right.
So that's what I need to be going to look for to make sure I can actually block it. It's interesting how this business model is changing. How the affiliates are using multiple things. Now, I think some of that might be as well is affiliates are. I put this in the wrong terms. Maybe they're the resellers. And the ransomware gangs are the distributors. If you put it in normal business terms. A reseller might have more than one distributor. I think there was prior to this, there was some allegiance between the affiliate and the ransomware gang. But of course, there's law enforcement, sanctions, and things like that. You see the ransomware gangs change. You see some of them go out of fashion.
Yeah.
So I think affiliates are having to deal with more ransomware gangs. So therefore, this is where it's that business model changes.
Well, whatever you need to do to make your money, right? Like it would be any other business, right? If I were a reseller of products and one of my distributors went out of business, I need to go find another distributor. I mean, they're just playing the business side of this, right?
Well, and that's the way I see it. But unfortunately, it always sounds somewhat wrong, doesn't it? When you turn around and say, well, this is somebody's business. It's their living. They're going to find a way to make their money and bring the...
But I think that's what people need to understand in this space is it's all about the money. At the end of the day, right? This is all about business outcomes for them and for us, right? We're trying to protect our data, to protect our business, to grow and thrive. They're doing the same things. And one of the challenges I see in the space and just in general is we'll chase the problem, but not understand what the outcome is. And the outcome is business survival and for both sides of the equation, right?
Yeah.
That changes the terms a little bit sometimes when you think about it that way.
Well, yeah, and it also explains how things evolve. And you see some of these gangs then going off into other directions of other types of extortion and such like. Yeah. Well, the one thing I'd say to you, if you had a successful business, I'd say, well, what's next? How are you diversifying?
Right.
And that's exactly what they're doing. They're diversifying and protecting their revenue.
But that creates a challenge for us as defenders now, because if we know what they're using, we kind of can predict what they're going to do next. This adds a whole complexity to that. So I guess my question becomes, what happens to the threat intelligence side of this equation, right? We've been playing whack-a-mole. I say we've been playing whack-a-mole with IOCs, right? We see an indicator compromise, whack, we go block it, we stop it. It's way more complex than that now, though, isn't it?
It is. So think of the scenario I've just given you. You blocked that IOC, but actually what you want to know is what was next in that chain.
Right.
Well, if what's next in that chain can vary, suddenly, actually, you need more than the IOC. You need the intelligence behind what comes after the initial piece that you've actually detected.
Yeah.
Where else might they have gone? So you need the intelligence. Now, the important part about intelligence is it needs to be accurate, because you don't have the time. You don't have the luxury then of, okay, well, I'm going to go and get some open source threat intelligence feed, and I'm going to spend the next 3 days looking through that open source, and I'm going to try and curate it myself and find out what's going to be next. That doesn't. By then, your systems are encrypted.
They're already compromised.
Yeah, exactly.
We've seen cases where systems are being attacked before the patch is available because AI is building the exploit at the time of vulnerability disclosure. So in the same vein, on this side, a broker or a ransomware gang is using a piece of capability. For you to figure that out 3 days later is way too late, because they're already on to the next step almost instantly.
Yeah, so you need to make sure the threat intelligence feed you've got is accurate and it's applicable. And I say that because there's lots of different threat intelligence feeds out there. You need to make sure that you map the threat intelligence feeds that you use to actually your environment. So is it answering your business need? Now, realistically, you will end up with more than one threat intelligence feed. You might end up with 2 or 3,
right?
Because you might be, for example, a manufacturing company in one region, yet your operations is in another region, and it might be more retail based. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So, you've got to have threat intelligence that covers manufacturing, and you need one that covers retail, and that might be 2 different feeds.
Interesting.
Realistically, so you need to map.
The other thing I've heard is we got to stop chasing the IOCs. We need to understand the tactics and techniques and focus on the behavior, right? Because if we understand the behavior of how one of these tactics or techniques is going to be used, we can be in a better position to defend against it a little more proactively. How do you think about that from a protection standpoint? Can we understand, based off the TTP chains, right? Because that's really what we're talking about, what the next potential behaviors are for us to actually kind of prevent?
Well, that's where threat intelligence provides the context.
Yeah.
So if I can now attribute something that's just happened to a specific actor, and I know that actor has, for example, attacked 5 retailers in that region in the last 3 days.
And these are the things they use.
Right. And this is the behavior of the way they did it. And this is their next action that's likely to be taken, or maybe there's one of 2 actions they might take now. then I start to understand how I can make that prediction on their behavior and actually start to lock down systems accordingly. So it's really important to have that context.
Yeah.
It's not just about taking some IOC feed and turning around and saying, well, I blocked that on my firewall and I've blocked that on my client. And, I'm safe. Not necessarily, because there might be multiple ways they're going to do this next piece.
I've been saying this for a long time. You just kind of reinforce it. We don't have a data problem. We got a lot of data. We have a context problem. It's the context of that data that we need to have available to us to actually understand what's coming next.
Absolutely, and I think there are interesting pieces in threat intelligence. I think, look at last year. You saw a number of retailers in the UK get hit. You saw the Co-op and Marks and Spencers, etc., get hit all by one group. And then suddenly there was a bunch of retailers in the US hit by the same group. So there is a prime example where threat intelligence would have been very, very useful in the retail sector, because those retailers that then get hit in the US by the same group would have already been pre-warned, pre-defended, knowing the context and the behavior that the attacker might use. And unfortunately, I think in that instance, that threat actor did kind of show that they were very capable, and attacked a number of different retail companies. I don't like to give them too much kudos, but some of them are very capable.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, they've built these networks of capabilities. So as we think about ransomware and kind of the shift of what's been going on, how does this impact cyber insurance?
Well, that's interesting. So, over the last number of years, you've seen lots of cyber insurers put a lot of requirements in. And those requirements, to start with, I thought this was a bad thing. If we were having this conversation maybe 3-4 years ago, I'd have said, "Oh, these insurers are paying the ransomware criminals with those big extortion fees, so this is wrong."
Right.
But actually, on the other side of this, the cyber insurers have forced companies to put the budget and the resources in place to improve their security. Now, this is going one step further. At the moment, you're seeing some insurers actually turning around and saying to those mid-sized businesses or smaller businesses, well, actually, we could run your security for you as well.
Oh, interesting.
So they're becoming the MSSP
in the insurer and the MSSP all at the
same time. Yeah, and that starts to kind of maybe give me some problems.
It's kind of starting to cross a very interesting line, right? Of I'm your insurer, but then you need to use these products it's almost a little bit of a pay-for-play kind of scenario.
Well, and what you then find is, however, if I was a small business, it might be an easy decision.
Of course.
So if I've got 250 people, I don't have dedicated cybersecurity.
Right, I don't have a dedicated IT staff. I don't have my own security operations center.
Then it makes perfect
sense,
right? But then you end up with all of those insured using that MSSP service directly from the insurer, running the same product. So you end up with a monoculture, a single point of risk, which at some stage, unfortunately, as we know, at some stage there'll be an issue.
Right.
And you'll see then that risk on all the insured.
Because you'll see a concentration risk, right? The attackers won't go after the individual companies; they'll go after the provider.
Right. And you see more of that. I mean, if you look at supply chain attacks, what you're doing is you're putting that insurer, the MSSP, clearly right there in the middle of the supply chain as a single point that the attacker could go after and have one-to-many attack.
Yeah.
So I'd just say, one thing I've always, and I've been in the security industry nearly 30 years, is diversity is a really good thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. That sounds odd, doesn't it, coming from a vendor?
It does.
Right. But actually...
Especially when everybody's trying to build a platform of bringing everything together and we're trying to consolidate.
And we should, but it's also important to have different layers, different architectures, different... So, great, if you've got one in your company that's one vendor, just make sure the 3 other companies down the street aren't using the same.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So that diversity across different businesses means that we don't have mass failures.
Yeah.
And you see things like that in certainly in government. So imagine here in the US, 50 states. If 50 states all use the same technology, you'd have mass outage. Whereas if you had 10 products across 50 states, only
Right.
5 would ever have the problem at the same time.
Right, exactly.
So
Yeah.
diversity is a good
Diversity
thing.
is important.
Doesn't mean you shouldn't use and concentrate on one platform yourself. It just means don't be sheep. Don't follow each other. The lemmings.
Yes, yes. Beautiful. Tony, thank you so much for joining us today. To learn more about ESET, please visit securityweekly.com/ESET RSAC. For full RSAC 2026 coverage from CyberRisk Alliance, visit securityweekly.com/RSAC. Stick around, we'll be right back with another interview. Welcome back to RSAC 2026. I'm Matt Alderman. Joining me today is a good friend of mine, Mehul Revankar. He's co-founder and chief product officer at Quantro Security. Mehul, it's been what, 10, 12, 11 years?
More than that.
More than that?
Yeah, right from our days at Tenable.
Yeah, back at Tenable days.
Back at Tenable days.
Yeah. All right, so tell me about this new company called Quantro Security. Why? What made you want to do another startup?
Matt, I started my career about 20 years ago at Tenable, and one of my first roles at Tenable was a vulnerability research engineer. And the core responsibility was to detect vulnerabilities and do it safely. And that required, from my point of view, a lot of research to craft the perfect exploit, to confirm the vulnerability. You had to do like diff code. You have to understand somebody else's code base and craft a perfect exploit so it doesn't crash the other system and so on. And this, from my point of view, in those days required a lot of skill to master over a period of time. And I was not like necessarily good at it, but it took me a long time to master. And the thing that I realized is with AI is that the cost of exploit development and the skill required for exploits has essentially gone to zero.
Yeah.
Right? So as a result of it, what has happened is, attackers have AI native tools. So they can craft better exploits, faster, more potent, almost like a nation state actor. So they have access to AI native offensive tools, right? And if attackers have AI native offensive tools, then what are defenders supposed to do in this world that is coming our way, right? So our thinking was, if attackers have AI native offense, defenders need AI native defense. So we started Quantro with three core ideas in mind. One is, we need to provide the tooling for the defenders to have AI native defense. So we built AI agents for cyber defense. The second thing is, in AI there is a lot of talk about productivity, and the productivity is much more focused on the software engineering teams, where the software engineers are 10x, 100x more efficient in productive in what they do. But from our point of view, equivalent of that doesn't exist for, at least from the way we see the world, that doesn't exist for a cybersecurity engineer or a cybersecurity analyst, because in software engineering, it's very easy to measure. You ship more code, you're more productive.
Right.
But in cybersecurity, the way you're measured is how effective you are in finding risks and closing risks faster than ever before, right? So how do you do that, right? So the productivity enhancer did not exist from the way I see the world that is coming our way. And the third is, me and my co-founder Sasan, who we have led like elite research and engineering teams at the Tenables, Qualys, CrowdStrikes of the world, and we always had a challenge finding the right talent in our teams, right? So if elite organizations like the CrowdStrikes and the Tenables and the Qualys of the world are finding trouble finding talent, imagine the situation for like medium to large enterprises. You are always in a situation where you need an expert advisor to guide you. You are in a tricky situation. You don't know what to do. What's the right plan? How do you get out of this tricky situation? And you've never been in that situation, right? So we wanted to build like an expert, always-on advisor who can help you guide through situations that you are not familiar with, and do it at a way which is like in an industry-level best practice, so that you are safe, your organization is safe, and so on and so forth. So those are like those are the three things we thought through as we were building Quantro Security. Something like this doesn't exist today. This product needs to exist, and I've been in this space for over 20 years, and the key question in my mind is, if not us, then who?
Right.
If not now, then when?
Right.
Right? Like this is the time to bring this product to market. Nothing like this exists in the market, and that's how we came up with Quantro Security to build AI agents for cyber defense.
So Paul and I actually did we host financial advisory calls periodically. And every year Paul and I get on and they ask us a bunch of questions. And one of the things that Paul brought up was exploits are available at vulnerability disclosure before the patch is available, right? So it's actually worse than zero. We're actually negative, right? The time that the exploit comes out is before the patch becomes available. So the problem is AI-enabled attackers are building things faster than we can defend against them. So I understand the problem statement. So from a Quantro perspective, who's kind of who's the persona that you're trying to sell to? Like, who would use Quantro, and how would they use it to start to tackle that problem?
I mean, the personas are very typical. You have the buyer persona, who's typically the CISO. You have the practitioner persona, who's typically the security analyst, and so on. But like, if you look at like the target audience, there are three key buckets of customers and prospects we run into. One is medium to large enterprises. These are organizations, these are organizations that have a large number of tools, right? And they have a tool for each type of attack surface. They have one for cloud, they have one for VM, they have one for container security, they have one for web applications, and so on and so forth. The challenge is, when your risk assessment is dispersed across multiple tools, your response is slower, right? And with AI, the only thing that has really changed, from my perspective, the attackers are getting faster, better, and so on. But from a defender's point of view, the playbook hasn't changed much. You still have to inventory your systems. You have to patch your systems.
Yeah.
So the only thing that has really changed is the speed of response.
Speed. Yes.
The speed of response has to be faster. So we help medium to large enterprises find risk that your human teams cannot find, fix them before the attackers can find them, and then essentially make it, so that even a junior team member can operate like a seasoned expert. So that's like the one category of customers we run into. The second is service providers, and these are the service providers, managed security service providers. These are unique because they also have a lot of tools. And they have a lot of customers, and their primary mission is to reduce risk, but then their secondary objective is to make money.
Right.
And save money.
And they need to be efficient.
They need to be efficient because, in their world, the margins are like super low. So with AI, what you can really do is you can make it. It's possible to deliver software-like margins for a service-based offering, right? Because to grow customers or to serve more customers, you don't have to scale your human team proportionately to the number of customers, right?
Yeah.
So then we help them essentially acquire new customers by enabling our AI native technology. We help them boost their margins so that their human team is more focused on like revenue optimizing work rather than the high effort, low value tasks, right? So that like the renewals, the upsells, the cross sells, that's where their focus is. And like, the things that are high effort, low value, like, hey, what should I do about this vulnerability? And okay, give me a remediation plan for this. You can just self-serve it to your customer so that your customers are also getting a faster response, and your team is actually focusing on making money and saving money and growing your enterprise. And the third bucket and this is like, a smaller tangent, is that if you look at all the tools that have been built, they've been built with this mindset of one size fits all, right? You get one tool, everyone gets the same tool, and then you have an army of consultants and professional services customizing it for your custom outcome, right? So we also run into consultant and professional services organization because what AI can do is, instead of doing one size fits all, we can do one size fits one, right? We can deliver custom outcomes, the things that you need. Maybe you need like the output in maybe you want to do an assessment on your Java assessment. I don't know, right? And for a tool, it would take like 6 months on the roadmap. For us, it's like build a new AI native pipeline, deploy it, done, right? So we can now. So those are like three buckets we run into, and we have received traction from all these three of them because all of this resonates with them, right?
Yeah. Well, I get the MSSP in the consulting use case, right? Everybody's trying to figure out how to do more with fewer bodies. Biggest line item, biggest cost line item in any business, humans, right? Which is why we see some of the things we've seen in the market on some of the layoffs and some of the other things, right? As people are trying to be more efficient. It's not necessarily that story. It's how do we make existing employees more efficient to scale to more companies, and that's where I see AI fitting in. So Mehul, when we think about what is it that as you develop this capability, what's different about it? Like, to help me understand, because there's a lot of adjacency competitors out there in the space, right? And you see a lot of the existing players trying to build some of these capabilities. How are you approaching this differently to actually do something a little unique that nobody else has done?
That's a great question. Like, from my point of view, anybody can find risk. Any tool can find risk. There is no shortage of tools finding risk and telling you, hey, these things are bad, and so on and so forth. There are three key things that we have built from our perspective. One is we have built our own proprietary vulnerability database, right, which has an accurate understanding of every vulnerability security configuration, misconfiguration that is out there. So our AI agent has deep understanding on it. So as a result of it, it can provide you with remediation guidance, compensation control guidance, threat intel, and so on and so forth.
So I want to stop you right there because that's interesting. How long did it take you to build that?
It took us almost a year because that is the most important part of the piece, because if your ground truth is not accurate, your AI agents are going to hallucinate quite a bit.
Yeah.
So we had to make sure that our vulnerability database was accurate, and so that because our AI agents are inferencing based on the vulnerability database. So if your database is incorrect, the agent is going to basically hallucinate right away. So that was the first part that was very hard to do, that we nailed it. The second aspect is, as we were building out the product, what we realized is there are certain LLMs that are good at certain aspects of cybersecurity. For example, Grok is really good at threat intel because it has access directly to the Twitter data, right? We realized Gemini is really good at deep reasoning, and we realized Claude is really good at breaking down bigger tasks into subtasks. So the key innovation that we brought into the market is we have built an agnostic LLM orchestration layer, and depending on what task or what questions that the user is asking, we route it to the right LLM to get the most value to the end user. Because you don't want to be in a situation where you're using an inferior LLM, for all the tasks. So we built an orchestration layer where the entire the model is depending on the user's expectation from the product. And the most important innovation that we have done, this is what we filed our patents for, is the context engineering, right? So we have built the right context, we have perfected the art of context engineering, where when you ask a question, we inference on the most relevant data to answer or perform that task. Because for every task that a user performs with our AI agent, if we had to inference on the entire data set that we have assessed, then the business model is not viable. Right? For example, if I ask, hey, is this finding critical for my organization? And if I'm inferencing on 10 terabytes of data, the input-output tokens make the product unviable. So all you really need to find out is this asset exposed? Is this vulnerable? Is this reachable? Right? And is this service running? And for that, you have to extract all the relevant pieces of context from the data that you've already collected, and then answer it as accurately as possible. So those are the three key pillars that we built, and then we built a lot of framework around it. And it's very difficult to do, because to do this really well, you have to build an entirely AI native architecture.
Yes.
You cannot bolt on your existing solutions. Oh, you know what? I'm going to add a chatbot to my tool, and look how cool it is, where you can ask a question, it just comes back. If all you're doing is essentially asking a question and there is a SQL query that is running and dumping out the result, that is not AI. That is not AI. That is like a crappy version of AI. So we built it with first principles in mind. What do you really need to build an AI native solution? And then, start building piece by piece. We are at a point where we have significant traction in the business. Customers are seeing the value for the product that we have built, and we're just going to scale from here.
A couple things. Number one, yes, chatbots by themselves are just a waste of time.
Yeah.
But I do like the fact that you're using different models, because in my work, my day job, I've noticed that certain models are better at doing certain things, right? And so you have to be flexible in what LLMs you're going to use, because every single one of those LLMs, they're going to change, they're going to morph, they're going to improve, and new ones are going to come on the market. So creating that orchestration layer and allowing you to swap in and out models is going to be huge further downstream, because all this stuff is going to change.
And more importantly, the customers don't have to know.
Right.
That's true. Make that decision for them, where and we can optimize the backends from our point of view to deliver the best outcome to the end user.
Right. Yeah. Who is the competitor? Is it the base vuln management vendors, or is it the what we used to call the TVM vendors, right? The guys in the middle that were taking the vuln data and trying to make better sense out of it, or is it both? Where is kind of your competition?
I mean, I see this in three buckets. The one, I call it the AI agent barbell problem. So you have on one side of the barbell, you have the hyperscalers, so the Microsoft security co-pilots of the world.
Right.
They are a mile wide or a millimeter deep. They promise to do everything, but they don't do anything really well.
Yeah.
Right? Okay. And in some cases, they're shoved down their customers' their customers base because whether you like it or not, if you buy an E5 license, you have to use it.
Right.
So you have this perception of using AI but not actually utilizing AI. So that is one bucket of competition that we look at. The second, like the VM players, I don't see them as competition. I see them as a complementary. I see them as a complementary solution because what they do is they're a mile deep and a millimeter wide, right? So they're really good at what they do in their siloed point of view, but they don't have the organizational context, the organizational context for the.
They all think they do and they want to, but they're not.
They all think they do, but customers don't give access to them and so on and so forth, right? So they can obviously promise that and so on and so forth. And the third bucket is well-funded startups. The well-funded startups are their internal projects, vibe-coded projects. They think, we can just vibe-code this to build a solution. And the challenge with vibe-coded solutions is they don't last over the weekend. They sound cool, makes your CEO look good. Hey, look at our ROI on AI and so on. And from my point of view, the customer is risk-centric. They're not tool-centric. They're not platform-centric.
Right.
They really care about how do I make sure I don't show up on the front page of Washington Post. Like that is like their core concept. So we become the connective tissue where all you really have to do is come into the product, configure your data sources, and define some basic outcomes to the agent on what you're trying to achieve, and watch the agent get work done. Super seamless, super easy, and works at scale. And so we become the connective tissue where there is a lot of talk about we are going to be the source of truth in AI. We're going to replace HubSpot. We're going to replace Salesforce, or the truth of record or whatever. We don't see ourselves as the truth of record. We see ourselves as a user interface of record, where you basically define the outcomes that you're trying to achieve within your organization, and which is like custom to your organization, and give it some instructions like you would give to a human, and then just watch the agent do the work.
Awesome. Mehul, thank you so much for joining us today. To learn more about Quantro Security, please visit securityweekly.com/Quantro RSAC. For full RSAC 2026 coverage from CyberRisk Alliance, visit securityweekly.com/RSAC. Stay tuned. We got more interviews coming up after the break.
All right, it's day 2. They let me come back in this morning. I wasn't 100% on that, but when the guy saw me, he was like, maybe, gave him 20, we got back in. But welcome back to RSAC 2026 day 2. I'm Doug White, and joining me today is a very fine person, Tiaga Vasudevan, the EVP of product at Sky High Security. Tiaga, thank you so much for coming down here.
Thank you, Doug, for having me. It's a pleasure.
Yeah, it was. I get to read these things and then I go, I'd like to talk to that person because that's an interesting topic to me. And the topic that I saw, this is what I was basing things on, was AI security inflection point, hybrid browser security and data compliance. Now, I wasn't sure where that went, but then I read some notes about it, and it was right on a thing I'm very concerned about. So I think what's happened is I grew up in a world of this tiny room with 15 engineers. I knew them all. When they walked in the morning, if they saw a stranger, I went, who are you?
Yep.
And that was complete control. I was a sysop. I controlled everything. I don't like you. I turn your note off. We're done.
Yep.
That has expanded into this cloud, fog, virtual network, virtual switch. I got an office in Singapore connected directly. How do we, that, first of all, is a problem, right?
Yep.
How is that problem evolving?
Well, that is probably one of the top things on the top of mind for our customers as we think about how the network itself is evolving. Because previously, all of your employees were coming to work in the offices, and so you had one egress point from your cloud, from your proxy that's installed on-prem, and you were able to manage the traffic and control the traffic, etc. But now, with the remote workforce coming in, you technically have as many offices as the number of employees because everybody can potentially work from home. So now you probably have to rethink the network completely. And in the last 2 to 3 years, because of the inflection point that AI has brought about, it's a lot about not just making sure that the remote employee has the right access point and zero trust into applications on the cloud. A lot of AI applications are being built and deployed on-prem. They're building their own private applications, leveraging open source LLMs. So you need a zero trust for not just remote employee coming in, but for even the employee who's within the network, ensuring the right person with the right role has the right access to the right AI application. So long story short, what we're hearing from customers is that they're not going to move cloud only. We have cloud applications that we need to connect to, that's cool. But we also have on-prem applications, both legacy and newer applications that we're building, that we're deploying within the network. So we need a security solution that's hybrid in nature.
Okay.
So I need to be able to inspect the traffic on-prem. I need to be able to inspect the traffic on the cloud. So at RSA, we are announcing our next generation of hybrid security.
Okay.
By which customers can have a single console to be able to manage their security posture. All the security that runs on the cloud can run consistently on-prem, whether it's on your hardware Sky High appliance or it could be on your VM. Single console to manage all your policies all in one place. Okay. And the best part of all of this is, as a customer, you can decide where and how much of traffic needs to go to the cloud versus you want to move it through your on-prem proxies as well. So it gives you a tremendous cost advantage versus other vendors who are only purely cloud only. Because of our legacy of being able to do cloud and on-prem, we are able to offer this unique hybrid solution.
So that's like virtual devices combined with physical devices that are on-prem, and the virtual ones are sitting in the cloud, and then you can direct traffic through that.
That's right.
Okay. No, that makes sense. I'm just getting my head around exactly what that works, because to me it's like things are starting to sort of mesh.
Yes.
So it's no longer the luxury of isolating these segments.
Yes.
Because I when I was first doing this,
Yes.
we were isolating these on-prem segments.
That's
we were
right.
isolating the cloud segments,
Yeah.
keeping everybody away from each other. We can't do that anymore because this app that's running on-prem in Singapore is receiving information from this app that's running on-prem in New York, and all of them go through the cloud.
Yep.
And all that intercommunication has to happen.
Yes.
It has to happen in like very quick amounts of time sometimes.
100%. And as a customer, as any large organization today, you have this interesting dichotomy. On one hand, you have to think about productivity for your employees. And today, every organization is adopting some form of either generative AI applications or building agentic AI applications. And some of these AI applications are on the cloud. And to your point, some of them are running on premise, right? So you need to think about the complete mesh from a security standpoint to protect my application that's running on the cloud or on-prem.
Yes.
And on top of it, there are this modern AI application. Let's take Microsoft Copilot as an example. They use this technology called WebSockets.
Yes.
It's incredibly hard to inspect that traffic if you just transfer it through the cloud, right? You
Yes,
need
it
to
is.
do that right where the traffic is originating. And so far, customers have never thought about protecting the browser. So browser now suddenly has taken this central workspace
Yes.
within the enterprises itself, right? So we're also launching, as part of RSA, we're launching our next browser security controls. And unlike other vendors who are launching yet another enterprise browser, this is, you don't need to install yet another browser. It is a patent pending, a JavaScript-based control that can protect you and your employees, obviously, from malware, can protect you from sensitive data exfiltration. All of that can be done within the browser itself. So it's very unique, and we're seeing a tremendous amount of interest in the market.
Well, I mean, I see why that's important because I just was recently at a different conference. I'm not going to say the name. But I was at another conference, and one of the products I saw there was something I've seen before, so it was nothing new and unique, but it was the idea, of course, of a zero client almost.
Yes.
Where, take your employees and put them on a zero client. Now you don't have to worry about that hardware, you don't have to worry about where it is because the zero client is just a zero client.
Yeah.
It's all browser-based.
Yes.
And I was a bit scared of it because anytime I hear the word browser, I start going, I don't like this because it makes me nervous. So, I mean, is that kind of where you're going to with that idea that this is where we'll be in a few years?
Yes. I mean, look, at the end of the day, there is multiple ways to solve this problem.
Okay.
You can say, I'm going to send all my traffic to the cloud, I'm going to inspect that. If you want to do that, that's cool, we can support it. Could be, no, I'm going to inspect certain traffic on my on-prem appliance, on-prem VM, that's fine. Rest of the traffic, remote users, I'm going to send it to the cloud. That's also cool. But some could say, regardless of whichever approach I take, but there is certain amount of traffic I can't do wherever I send it. I need to do it on the device itself, on the browser itself. And that's where we're trying to mitigate that gap that exists, especially with some of the modern AI applications. Right. And see, at the end of the day, it's not just about protecting the access. That's the front door, as I call it. Like you can do whatever locks you want to put on the front door. You're just protecting access to your house. But what's inside the house is really what matters.
Yeah.
It's your crown jewel, right?
I agree.
So the third piece of the puzzle that we are seeing today, and that's where it's really influencing a lot of the security decisions customers are making, is how do I get complete visibility into my sensitive data that's within my organization, right? Where is my sensitive data located? Who is accessing that sensitive data? From where? Is it remote? From where? Is it on-prem? Where is it going to? And what is the risk of that data within the organization? So you're hearing this whole new category called data security posture management, DSPM. And that's an adjacency to the market that we play in, which is security service edge. And we believe that we have a tremendous opportunity in that market because a lot of our strength in security service edge is not just about protecting the access to get to the applications. It's about protecting the data that comes after that. So we can give you complete 360-degree visibility for data at rest and obviously data in motion because of our proxy solutions and stuff like that. So that's our DSPM. That's another, again, we're making an announcement at RSA that it's already gone live, but we're seeing a lot of momentum with our existing customers. We have a very unique go-to-market approach. We've upgraded all our customers to have a base DSPM package, if you may, so that they can see where the sensitive data is. And then if they want more, they probably have to buy more volume packs to scan for that data.
Okay. So I think, we've seen what you're talking about. We've seen this sort of diaspora of our local on-prem safety net expanding into this endless gas of the universe of everything.
Yes.
Let's add a new threat to that because it was already a bunch of threats.
Yes.
Now, just the internet alone added a 12-year-old kid in Buenos Aires who can access my network, from their parents' den.
Yes.
Let's add Agentic AI to this and talk about these things which now want access.
Yes.
They need access. They have not just interactions with humans, but they have interactions with each other.
Yep.
And those interactions are not just between A and B, but they're between A and B and Z and Z and it gets really scary because now we're starting to put these things that think faster and more involved than we can, and they work 24/7.
Yep. I'm going to start by saying what I heard yesterday with one of the customers. If you think about some of the seminal moments, important moments that have happened, the growth of AI. November 2022 was the ChatGPT moment. Mm-hmm. November 2025 was the OpenClaw moment. Post-ChatGPT moment, the important thing for all organizations was to control the data. What can this AI read? What can the AI spit out?
Right.
Hopefully it's not sensitive. So it's all about data protection.
Yes.
In the agentic world, it's a lot about controlling the actions. What can this agent do or cannot do, right? It's really important. And when you think about agentic applications, you have quite a few challenges that you need to think through. First of all, understand the identity of the agent. You need to consider an agent as similar to, in the zero trust world, you have user identity. Doug, as the user, has the right access to this cloud application. Similarly, this agent that is acting on behalf of this user can perform this action. So you need to understand on behalf of whom are you acting. That's number one. Number two, when the agent is acting, it can have two ways to do it. It can go directly via APIs, or it can go direct via MCP servers, and it can control whatever applications that it needs to connect
MPC servers scare me to death.
Yes, same here. And so there are, so first of all, the first thing that with any AI application, are you allowing any of your employees to go and download rogue agentic building applications? Like, are you going to be able to download an OpenClaw kind of thing? Probably not. You want to block that. That's like the shadow AI agents, if you may. But a sanctioned agentic building application, think about maybe an Anthropic, maybe a Codex, maybe a Copilot Studio. It doesn't matter. You're building whatever you're using to build your agentic applications. So that's all sanctioned and that's all ready to run. But now comes, firstly, as I said, the identity. The second part of it is when it's connecting via APIs or when it's connecting the MCP service, what kind of data or the prompts is going through the MCP servers to these applications to be able to inspect the prompts going in and also the data that's coming out And then if that's something sensitive being returned to the agent, you want to probably block that.
Right.
And again, because of our inline proxy solution, we are able to do that. And then the same thing, when you're connecting via APIs and you're connecting to applications that you are not supposed to connect to, and you have higher permissions than you are not supposed to, the agent is supposed to have. There are ways in which through our CASB solution, you can have an API connectivity to these third-party applications, and you can look at, hey, what are the OAuth AI agents that are connected, and then you can accordingly take some action. So long story short, this has completely changed the threat landscape.
I agree.
And look, just like we are doing a lot of things to protect in this threat landscape, we are also leveraging the power of AI within our applications as well, right? Yeah. We are. And so whether or not as a security practitioner yourself, you know one of the biggest things you need to deal with is false positives.
Yep.
So how can I leverage the power of AI and ML to eliminate false positives? So there are many examples of that we're using within our product. So all in all, AI is the top of mind for many of our customers today, whether it's generative or agentic. And we're doing everything under our capacity to help them protect against that.
Well, that's good to hear, because I think we need those tools. We need capability with this, because like I say, it just keeps getting more terrifying to me, because I'm like, I don't know who that's talking to. Claude's asking me to give access to my hard drive. And I'm going, dude, no.
Right.
You know, I'm like, not right now. And it's I could help you so much more if you just give me access to everything. And I'm like, no. And that's just on a personal level, let alone I'm trying to imagine at scale in that environment. So I'm glad you're out there working on this. Tiaga, thank you so much for joining us today from Sky High. If you want to learn more about Sky High Security, please visit securityweekly.com/skyhigh RSAC, and for all our RSAC 2026 coverage from CyberRisk Alliance, I hope you'll visit securityweekly.com/RSAC, and if you'll stick around, we got lots more content coming up on day 2 of RSAC. Welcome again to RSAC 2026, Day 2. I'm Doug White, and today I get the pleasure of being joined by Alderman, who is here with me from Iron Scales. We've talked with him before. He's the CEO and founder. I love to talk to founders. It's just kind of cool. And I was really happy to have you here today. Thanks for coming on.
Thank you. I'm happy to be back.
Yeah, I mean, that's fun, and we all got here, and the title of this talk that you had was "The Threat Curve Has Reset." That scared me by itself, but there was a colon, and then you said why AI made solved attacks dangerous again, and that scared me even more. So I kind of walked in going, okay, this is bad. I need to talk to Isle, and we can maybe have a little conversation about it. Let's start with talking about how we got here. We've tried over since, 1990 to start implementing security tactics, but our assumptions have kind of been wrong. Well, they weren't wrong, they've just changed, right? They've evolved.
Yeah.
And now we're here at a point where you're saying we're going to start this whole cycle all over again.
Yeah, I think that we were in a point that, threats were growing fast, but they were growing linearly. Now we're at the point with AI and obviously Agentic AI where we are trying to see kind of an exponential growth to threats in terms of volume, sophistication, and many other aspects. I think that generative AI is fundamentally kind of changing the way we view and the way we need to be kind of prepared to this type of threats that are coming our way. So for most part, when we say that the threat curve has reset, we say that everything that we thought that we know about threats and all the solutions that we already put in place, they're pretty much becoming irrelevant, and we really need to kind of, fundamentally change the way we are thinking about the threats and how we are should approach in solving them.
Do you think that that's being driven by just partially Agentic AI being able to go back into the past, look at what happened, and sort of dredging a lot of that back up? I mean, just conceptually.
Look, in the world of cybersecurity, there is a big emphasis on timing, on context. Obviously, when you look specifically in social engineering type of attacks, context and timing is everything. And I think that the one thing that generative AI is solving, first and foremost for the threat actors, is that they can now go and collect information and contextualize it at scale. This is something that was very hard earlier. Yes, you could collect some information, but contextualizing and weaponizing it was still something that requires a human in the loop. Now we're getting to the point that AI can pretty much drive the attack end to end, from the reconnaissance to the ideation to the execution, and that's
well,
a huge.
I mean, the way I always thought about it was when I was learning some of this stuff. Initially, I was actually essentially social engineering this information out of engineers. I was talking to people I had met and saying, it was kind of like dealing with the AI. Now, I was telling somebody about this last night, and it's kind of like dealing with the AI all over again, because I have to kind of be careful what I say, because I can't go up to an engineer and go, I want to break into the system. How do I do that? Because they're going to say, I can't help you there. Please leave. But if I ask them the right questions, they go, hey, you know Fortran, right? All of a sudden, they're talking to me like crazy. And it was a process. You learn this. You get a systems manual and you look up these commands and you say, what would happen if I did this? Oh, that didn't work. Let's try this. But it seems like that's the AI process, only that's a really short process. It's not years long, it's minutes long or seconds.
It's seconds long, and we are living in a different world where you don't really need to go and social engineer kind of the frontline people. They voluntarily kind of sharing information out there on social media, on website and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So all you have to do pretty much is collect this information and weaponize it. And this is something that AI, especially generative AI, is very, very good at. So if you put something online, AI can find it and AI can immediately use it against you.
And find it quick.
Very quick.
I mean, if you charged me this morning and you said, I want you to do some OSINT on RSAC, I can start digging. right? You and I could go back to a hotel and we could sit down and start going on social media. We could start looking for, any kind of post or whatever. But the AI can do all that for us and do it in an instant, and not just do it and bring it back and say, here you go, here's a giant collection. It can say, how do I weaponize this effectively?
And I think the big shift in AI is not that it's just that it's smart and it can do it. It's now with Agentic AI, it can do it continuously and autonomously. So I don't really need to kind of bring the information to the AI and then use AI in order to do stuff about it. I can task the AI. I can say, hey, I want you to build a list of all the people that are going to RSA and have publicly announced it on LinkedIn. He will go and he will find them. He will find them on LinkedIn, he will find them on X, he will find them, he will find their booth number, what companies they are kind of representing, maybe even where they are staying, and he will start phishing them pretty much.
Because I was thinking about this last night. I said, I'm at RSA, blah, 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 and I posted a couple of pictures, and I was thinking, I bet if somebody was trying to track me, they could probably figure out where I'm standing right now because of a picture of a sign or some buildings. Because the reason I thought this was because my mapping was saying, wave your camera around and I'll tell you where you are. And I was like, okay, that sounds scary. So that kind of intel is used to be difficult.
You used to have to kind of go and manually look for it. You had to go online and do your research, and it takes time and effort. So you had to be very selective with your targets and who you're going after. But now you have this power at scale. You don't really need to kind of think about who you're going after. You can just say, hey, go and find me targets and find interesting kind of facts and information about them. And if you're taking a selfie and your hotel is in the background, then you're instantly getting a room cancellation email or a room upgrade email saying, hey, congratulations, we just upgraded your room. Click here to...
Yeah, I was talking to some people about this that were police people, about how in the past, people that were investigating, it was about how stale the information was, right? You see a photograph of somebody and you go, well, they were in Union Square 1981. That's not very useful to you, but because the AI is not only so fast, it's so observant that it noticed the part of the room number in the back of the picture that it could get and can extrapolate maybe what room that might be, and all of a sudden you get nervous.
It's a whole new world because the information is out there. It's much easier to collect it. It's very easy to weaponize it. At this point, we are seeing a lot of agents that are purposely built in order to go and do all these kind of things. And we're really at the point that in order to be able to deal with these type of threats, you have to do the same thing. You need to be one step ahead. If their agents are phishing for information, the defender's agents should be the same thing. If they are weaponizing this information, we should be able to go and do exactly the same things in order to make sure that we are prepared. So when they come, we say, yes, we know that you know that our employee is staying in this specific hotel, but we already kind of patched or closed this gap, so you won't be able to exploit this vulnerability.
Almost describes something I was sort of jealous of when I first started seeing it come out, which was threat intel. Because the first time I talked to a threat intel company, I was a bit jealous of having the money to afford, because some companies were hiring, people that had been undercover agents with the military in various countries, to go out and research threats to them. And I was like, that's kind of nice, but it almost starting to scale down into, I could have this kind of thing working for me, just to go, you really shouldn't have posted that picture last night.
Exactly. And now there is this kind of the awareness element that, comes into play as well. We as human beings or employees of our organizations, we don't necessarily understand kind of the potential kind of outcomes of us kind of voluntarily putting information out there on LinkedIn, on Twitter, whatever we go and post these kind of things. We were taught not to click on links and open attachments, but now the threat is very, very different. Now the threat is multimodal. It's not just the email. It can be a cloned voice. It can be a cloned face.
Yep.
My CEO can call me on Teams and ask for something. It will look and sound exactly like her. So we need to be very, very careful and very, very kind of deliberate in how we are thinking about not just the technical controls that we need to put in place, and we need to put a new set of technical controls. And this Osterman research that we've shared We know that more than 70% of the organizations are completely revisiting their stack and re-strategizing about that. But we need to think about the human component and what we are teaching our people to be careful, do and do not rules are changing and evolving really quickly.
Well, that kind of instant phishing, spear phishing is where this goes. Because to me, spear phishing is always about quick. Because if the information seems stale, I'm much less likely to fall for it. But if it's really current, it becomes more useful. And I had actually talked to a client about implementing old school stuff, because there were things I couldn't do at work without my boss coming in and turning a key to approve that, because that way there were two sets of eyes involved and I couldn't react quickly, and I had people yelling at me sometimes going, why can't you do this? And I'm like, I can't do it because I have to have a second party to approve this. And now I did a case, and it was a phishing attack where basically a deepfake voice that sounded exactly like a senior VP at this organization called an employee on the weekend and said, I need all these payables rerouted to this account number. The account numbers are all wrong, and this client is about to hit the ceiling. And they did it, and $500,000 was transferred to bank accounts that went.
And these type of attacks are now more devastating and more costly than the standard business email compromise attack. Actually, 5 times more expensive. This is another thing that Osterman help us figure out in the survey. And to your point, what makes a spear phishing great is that it's well timed and it's highly contextualized. And this is exactly the one thing that they can do now better than ever, and really change the name of the game.
One of the things I know last year we talked about what you were calling Phishing 3.0. Are we still at Phishing 3.0, or now are we at Phishing 4.0?
Phishing 4.0 is coming.
Okay.
We'll leave something for next year, but it's definitely coming. I think we're in the midst of Phishing 3.0. It's a growing pain and a growing concern for many organizations. It's something that it is scary, but the good news is that right now we have the right tools in order to deal with that. If you want to deploy them and be very proactive about it, there is something you can do about it. So it's scary, but we can solve it, which is the good news.
That's good.
Out of all of this, it requires a mind shift that we already see that a lot of organizations, they have it. They want to go and restack and rechange the way they are thinking about their security solution. So it's different, it's new, it's a bit scary, but again, we can help people to solve it.
I mean, so if we are fighting agentic AI with phishing, which we are. I mean, to get that at speed, because it has to be at speed now. So we can't be stale either. We're going to have to be there. I mean, how do we do that?
First, you fight fire with fire, which means we use agents to fight agents. Second, we stop being reactive. In cybersecurity world, we are very used to be reactive. We wait for the attacks to happen and then we try and stop it. Now it's time to be proactive, because one of the great things that AI agents are allowing us is to be proactive and actually preempt some of these attacks. So we can go and create those attacks before the bad guys create them and test them against our environment and see, hey, are these attacks successful or not? And if they are, we can quickly move on to the next step, which is closing the gap and fixing them with another agent, which is great. It's fun, it's powerful, and it allows us for, I think, the first time ever to really try and be one step ahead of the bad guys and break this asymmetric situation that we've constantly lived in. Again, where we are sitting and waiting and trying to monitor what's going on in our environment in order to remediate and
I've been trying to talk people off that reaction perch for a long time, because that's always been the sort of face of upper management saying we don't want to invest in this. We just want to not we'll wait till it actually affects us, which is worrisome.
It was very hard to be proactive, to be honest. But again, one of the great things that the generative element of AI is allowing us is to do exactly that. Let's go and be proactive. Let's go and make sure that we preempt attacks before they hit our environment.
Yeah, I had a CEO once who was just asking me. He was like, "How much? You know, what would you do if you could do anything?" Because it was sort of his. He had a little team, and he hired me to be one of the team members, and and we got to sort of pipe dream about it. But it was, it immediately turned real expensive because it's like, oh yeah, hiring this and doing that and all these things, and he's like, yeah, but none of that generates any revenue, and it was like, I know, but it would help. Wouldn't it help a lot?
But now you can build an army of a red team, a red team army with thousands of little agents that are just
Yeah, I kind of want like an army of of my own agents that every day when I get up, they say, here's where you're most likely to be phished today. Can you give me a report and go, you know what, they're going to use this and this and this because that's what we think.
So now we can do even more than that. They will not just tell you this is where you can be phished. They will tell you, hey, this is where you could have been phished. We already closed it.
Absolutely. Like, this is the mistakes you made yesterday, and here's the mistakes you're still making, and you might want to be careful because they've got this and this and this.
But good morning. While you were sleeping, we identified 1,000 potential threats, and we already closed it.
Yeah. Wouldn't that be cool? Well,
it's coming.
All right.
It's coming.
It's coming. Okay. Well, I can't wait. But Eyal, thank you so much for joining us today. To learn more about Iron Scales, please visit securityweekly.com/ironscales RSAC. If you want to see all our RSAC 2026 coverage from CyberRisk Alliance, visit securityweekly.com/RSAC. And if you'll just hang around, we got lots more content coming from this site this week. So we'll see you there.
Welcome to RSAC 2026. I'm Joshua Marpet, and joining me today is Brian Fox, CTO and co-founder at Sonatype. Brian, thanks for being here. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
So this is interesting because we already had a little bit of a talk, and you've given me some fascinating information. I really want to go over this.
Okay.
But I want to start off because not everybody knows what Sonatype is. Do you mind giving us a brief overview of Sonatype? Would that be okay?
Sure. So Sonatype, we're a company, we've been around for 19 years. I'm the co-founder, CTO there. We started early days working on Apache Maven, which is the popular Java build system.
Yeah.
One of the side projects that we have is called Maven Central. It's a little piece of critical infrastructure. All the world's open source Java components are distributed there.
No kidding.
Yeah. So
I didn't even know about that.
Yeah,
Seriously?
Seriously. So we carry a big part of the Java ecosystem on our shoulders literally every single day.
Bravo.
We do that. It's not a product. We do that as a service to the community. But it's led to other things that we do. You know, for a long time we've had Nexus, the repository manager, which is a caching proxy.
Yes, I'm familiar with that.
Right,
Yeah.
and hosting your own internal artifacts. It's not just Java. You know, we do NPM, Python, Ruby, Docker. There's like 30 different formats. So basically, after Maven, all the open source languages and package managers kind of followed a similar package registry model, and so
Right.
Nexus is sort of your on premise or in the cloud version of that, not only proxying but also hosting your own stuff.
Okay, that's
So
useful. That's really useful.
Yeah, and that's been around for a long time. We also do software composition analysis to help organizations understand the dependencies that they're using and provide policies and controls and data, security, license, architecture to help them reason about those and kind of govern the developers in the right direction. And then more recently, we've adapted that to be AI native in the new AI world, to take that same data and provide it into AI agents.
Okay, so this is so it's one of the things that I was told was software intelligence to help AI coding tools.
Yes.
That's what you're talking about.
That is.
You're talking. Okay, so how does that work with the AI coding tools? Talk to me.
Right. So out of the box, you know, these models are trained up to a certain point of time.
Right.
Right. And so they're trained on publicly available data, but if the model was released a month ago, it doesn't know about the vulnerabilities yesterday. Doesn't know about.
It's got the cutoff. It
doesn't know about that. It doesn't know about new versions of the dependencies. It doesn't know about significant changes. It doesn't know about new vulnerabilities. And so it's kind of locked in a point in time. And so what we've been doing for more than a decade is building data sources to help provide organizations to use that with our tooling to manage that portfolio at scale, right? So we're talking tens of thousands of applications, tens of thousands of developers. Trying to make sure that they're all making good dependency choices is really important and hard to do at scale.
Yes, it is.
It turns out that infrastructure and controls that we put together to do that is exactly what you need to do it when now you're talking about 10,000 agents. Because you know, you can't, when you've got a small team, having everybody understand that we don't use
Here's our style
AGPL,
manual.
right? We don't like these technologies. We can't do this. This is how we handle vulnerabilities. You can do that with a couple people. You can't do it with 1,000 people. You can't even do it with like 20 people, right? And so we were building to manage that. Well, now you have no people. Right, and so how does the agent understand? There's no water cooler.
You have
a couple people, but they're not talking about dependencies over a water cooler. I mean, maybe if you're open clawing it, they are, but otherwise, there's none of that information. So we've adapted those data feeds to be able to plug into AI agents via the MCP protocol, so that we can ground them in real information.
So you're providing the AI coder with the intelligence about software vulnerabilities, systems, objects, Maven Central, all that kind of thing, so that they have a complete and updated picture of what's going on, what they should be using, what they shouldn't be using, vulnerabilities,
Correct.
Whatever,
Right.
and how to do it.
That's right. So when you enter a prompt that says build me a thing, it's not going to pick a version of Spring that's already deprecated, which is like what will happen if you don't, right? And this becomes increasingly important when the definition of developers changes to people who aren't classically trained, that aren't going to think about what are the security implications. They're just saying, hey, build me a thing.
Right.
It's even more important if the AI understands, like, this is dangerous, that's old, this is got a bad license, so let me pick the right things because the human may not know any better. So it becomes even more important in this new future state.
Now, you were telling me something, and you said it was in a new report, but you were saying about they trained AIs to take out hallucinations, which is a brilliant idea, but that all of a sudden they became more cautious. Can you explain that a little bit?
Yeah, so we every year we do an annual State of the Software Supply Chain report, and we do a deep dive on these different topics. This year, we published it back in January, and we, of course, focused on AI. And so we were looking at how good are these models at making predictions and these types of things. And so we found that in the early models, they were making up a lot of versions, right? So it was just hallucinating a version, which is, it's fun to laugh at. In a coding agent, it only really wastes a few tokens because it's not going to build, and then it's going to go, oops, here's the right version, and it will fix it.
It could build if you use a deprecated version or one with a vulnerability that's not blatantly wrong.
That's right. The made-up versions are less of an issue. I kind of call that like a fail-fast. It's not a persistent risk.
I like that.
When it's making an old recommendation to an old deprecated version, or if it's not fixing a vulnerability, that's persistent risk because it didn't flag a thing, and nobody knows to look at it. And so what we found was that was happening a significant amount of the time. Well, we just this week published updated research where we've done analysis on more recent models. So we've looked at the different OpenAI models, the Anthropic models, and the Gemini over the last year, and we kind of graphed how often they were producing hallucinations. And the good news is it went down.
Okay.
Surprisingly, almost in a straight line when you put the timeline of all those models together.
Almost like they were dialing it down gently.
From 3 different companies, very consistently down. But then when we started looking at how often were the tools recommending no change. So in other words, you ask the tool, hey, do a security audit of all of these dependencies.
Right.
It stopped making up stuff, but it also started saying, hey, 2 thumbs up, you're good, don't do anything.
Was that the right recommendation?
No, it was the wrong recommendation.
Okay.
And what's interesting is in a straight line in the opposite direction, that went up. So it's like what was happening is the models became less aggressive at confidently making stuff up and became much more wishy-washy. And so we did an analysis of how often was that the wrong choice, and it leaves behind significant unpatched vulnerabilities in that case. And worse, it creates a false sense of confidence because somebody might legitimately say, I asked it to do a security review and it said I was good.
And because that's across all the major models, you might get the same answer from all the major models. Because we tell people, use different models to cross-check the answers.
Correct. They were interestingly consistent, and to really understand it, you should look at the graph in the report. It makes it much easier to understand what's going on. But what we found is that introducing the information, grounding it in reality, as we call it, with the information that I was talking about that we've been building for scaling enterprises for more than a decade, produces significantly higher, like 300% better results. 300 times better results.
Okay, still very good. That's amazing,
yes.
actually. Yeah.
And it makes sense when you provide it actual information about real vulnerabilities, real versions, real popularity.
Better information is always better.
That's right. And so providing that back to the model instead of just allowing it to fall back on what it was built on whenever it was built is going to produce obviously better results. And so the trick is getting people to actually combine these things, feed the data in, and then build better software.
Okay, so I've got to say a couple of things. Number one is if you want the report, it's downloadable right now at www.sonatype.com/resources/making-AI-work-safely. And no, I'm sorry, I know it's long, but I'm sure you can handle it, okay?
You can find it at sonatype.com.
You can find it at sonatype.com. Just dig for it, and if not, the web's people, maybe they can put it on the front page. I'm just saying, okay? But
I think it already is.
Good. Go to sonatype.com. Check the front page.
That's right.
Secondly, I've got a question for you, and I said this before, but I'm sticking to this. It's fascinating. They dialed hallucinations down, which is dialing down the imagination, if you think about it, and then it dialed up the caution by accident or as a consequence of that. I find that fascinating. Because I know you're getting less bad results. I get it.
Yeah.
Less made up stuff, less hallucinations. But you're also not letting it have the imagination to think about what it should and could do. That's fascinating, man.
Well, I mean, if you're asking it for a business proposal, the imagination is important. If you're asking it to recommend a specific real-world dependency upgrade, I don't need imagination in that
You know what?
context.
I'll take that.
I
That's
don't want
valid.
an imaginative self-driving car either, thinking about all the ways I could go off the road. Like, that's not cool, right? So I think where we're going to have to see these get better is knowing when to be imaginative and when to be really locked down. But either way, if you provide it, and we all know this, if you've been using AI, if you build up the context before you ask the question you're after, you get much better results. Plugging in grounded data via MCP is the same thing. And telling the AI, whenever you're making a dependency recommendation, hit the MCP server for this information, is how that gets done.
So you're providing this development intelligence, a software intelligence across an MCP server.
Correct.
Nice. That makes sense. You're doing it for an AI coding agent.
That's right.
Just hand it. Here's the keys to an MCP server. Go grab everything you need out of there, and then use that to actually perform the tasks that I'm sending you.
That's right. So we've created that. It's called Sonatype Guide. guide.sonatype.com, and so there's two pieces. There's a human interface where you can search and find all of the information yourself.
Still useful.
Yeah, and then there's the the APIs, and then the MCP server that exposes the APIs. So you and your chat buddy can both look at the data and decide what the right thing to do is.
We can code in tandem.
That's right.
Sorry, I couldn't resist. So, I mean, you've got a lot of autonomous systems, AI systems doing coding. We've got a lot more, and we talked about the definition of the word developer a little bit ago. And I think that developers are going to be the people that are doing the logical decomposition of the problems, but the LLMs are going to be doing almost all of the coding.
Of course.
And we agree on that. Yeah, and it was interesting. You're like, well, I don't know. And I'm like, they're going to be doing the code. You're like, yeah, that's exactly correct.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering, I mean, you were so cautious to say that. Is that because it's an unpopular view, or because you're just very cautious about saying things like that?
No, I mean, what I said was, this is just a new abstraction layer, right? I mean, there was
That's
a time when we all were writing assembly code. I mean, that's a little bit before my time, but not much.
No, I did it.
Writing all these things, and you get the next layer of abstraction on top of it, and IDEs and refactoring capabilities. I mean, let's be honest. When was the last time every character in the source code was typed in by a human? It was decades ago. So this is a big change, to be clear. But that's kind of how I look at it. It is sort of a big step, but it's an evolutionary step in that regard.
I love the fact that you call it an abstraction layer, because we all know that the hardware abstraction layer. Then there's, when you're encoding, there's, like you said, there's assembler. Then there's compiled languages, interpreted language. There's various levels of abstraction.
Exactly.
And when we think about this, is just, I am giving you the problem and breaking it down for you. I need you to actually write the code. All that is another compiler, if you think about it.
That's right.
Kind of a compiler. I know it's not a compiler.
The
but
language is English.
Oh, wow, dude.
Or, frankly, it's not even just English. It's human, I guess, at that point, right? Because it's whatever language you're speaking
natural
to.
Language.
Natural language.
The natural,
right.
the
That's really
language
what
we're
talking
speaking to them
about.
is natural language.
Right.
They process it just like an interpreted or compiled language would.
That's right.
And then bring it down into machine instructions at some level or some layer.
That's right.
I'm stealing that. That is brilliant, man. I love that.
Thank you. That's really all it is, right? So then the developer is really just the human at the end of the day pulling the strings by whatever mechanism that is, and it can be at arm's length, because you see AI-based workflows where agents are just pulling from Jira and implementing it. Well, more or less, something put that Jira in there. It might have been another AI-assisted human at the top, but for the moment, the AI overlords are not making up their own problems to solve outside of the open claw. So who knows where that goes?
They make up some problems in there.
They make up some problems, but for the moment, there's still a person behind the curtain, so to speak, pulling those, and that would be the developer.
That's interesting. I love that. It's another abstraction layer. That was a brilliant synopsis of that whole world. I love that. I do have a question. We're talking about autonomous AI coding agents. And one of the questions that your people put together was about security-sensitive environments. Using your software intelligence, using an AI coding tool, do you think that these are fit for sensitive and secure environments?
Depends on how you use it and what guardrails you put around it.
Right.
That's, I mean,
and the same thing with humans, by the way.
Yes, the answer is it has to be, because how else? Like if it's a security sensitive environment, it means it's really important for humans in one way or another.
Right, life and safety, or money, or whatever.
Right.
Exactly.
And so, why would you intentionally choose to, make them do battle one hand tied behind their back. You need to be able to empower them as well. And so it comes down to using it responsibly, using it predictably. And that's why we did this research, why we've been doing what we've been doing, to put that information in there. Because look, what I've seen is a lot of people, the industry in general, everybody's rushing to this new thing. Everybody's wanting to do AI.
Oh, yeah.
And what I see time and time again is everybody just throwing out all of the things we've learned about writing good software for, 60 plus years?
Yeah.
Things like zero trust. Like, oh, what could go wrong if we allow our AI to have everything, right? And it's like the outcome is completely predictable. We know this. The physics haven't changed. And so just because we've added a new abstraction layer doesn't mean that we should throw out all of the good practices about how we do good architecture and all of these types of things. Because it's a little bit harder, the patterns are a little bit different, people haven't been figuring that out. And that's what we're saying. Like, listen, you can actually have your cake and eat it too. You can use these AI tools. You can use the latest models. And you can also feed the information to them so they make better choices up front, so you don't have to rework it, or worse, leave that persistent risk.
Oh, Brian, that's awesome stuff. Brian, thank you for joining us today. To learn more about Sonatype, please visit securityweekly.com/Sonatype RSAC. For full RSAC 2026 coverage from CyberRisk Alliance, visit securityweekly.com/RSAC. Stick around, we're going to be back after the break. Welcome to RSAC 2026. I'm Joshua Marpet. Joining me today is Amit Sinha, CEO at DigiCert. Amit, thank you for being here. This is so much fun. I've been enjoying interviewing people. We just had about a 20-minute conversation, and it was lovely. We've talked about a lot of different topics. But right now, just for our viewers, do you mind giving us a really quick interview or overview of DigiCert, please?
Absolutely, Josh. First, it's a pleasure to be back. Really enjoyed our conversation.
Yeah.
DigiCert, we're the global leader in intelligent trust. Our solutions are used by over 100,000 organizations, including about 90+% of Fortune 500, to get security, authenticity, and encryption for all their digital interactions. Our core platform is called DigiCert One, and it brings together.
Is DigiCert One new? It's fairly
It's new. DigiCert One's new. It brings together PKI, DNS, and certificate lifecycle management to secure
That's
infrastructure, software, devices, content, and now AI agents.
Yeah, that's huge because, we talked for a while about certificate lifecycle management. I ranted at you a little bit, I'm sorry. You ranted at me. We're on the same page. Certificate lifecycle management is incredibly useful. It is, and it's so necessary with the lifespan shortening of certificates over until 2029, and it's going to be 47 days.
Yes.
Like 10 years ago, you could have a 5-year cert, a 10-year cert, nobody would blink an eye.
Yes.
But now it's going to be 47 days in 2029.
Yes.
So I could probably give the interview for you to a certain extent. I apologize. But for how many companies is this going to be incredibly useful for to have a solid CLM vendor like DigiCert?
Yeah. So, Josh, we've gone from the point where CLMs were nice to have to now it's absolutely essential. I was talking to a CISO of a bank, and he privately said, "Hey, we have 3 certificate-related outages a day, right? And that is
a day.
A day. That's with 1-year certs. Now imagine 1 year goes to 47 days. You have 8x more certificate volumes being issued. So you're going to have like an outage an hour, right? So without automation.
Oh, that's not possible.
Without automation.
At a bank.
Without automation, it's costly. You lack resilience. So you got to fix all of that now.
Yeah, well, we have to. I mean, if my bank goes down once an hour, I'm going to be moving my deposits. Let's be clear. So you can't have that. We've literally gone to the point where it's unacceptable to have that kind of level of problem.
Correct.
Okay, so we've talked about certificate lifecycle management, and I said something, and we both agreed on it. When you do CLM properly, you're doing things like being crypto agility, or being crypto agile, I think is proper, excuse me. You're working on your zero trust, you're working on your post-quantum crypto, and all that kind of stuff. I mean, what did I miss? What things is it useful for?
Yeah, so with certificate lifecycle management, the step one, you have to understand that there are 100 times more machine identities in an organization than humans, right?
Yes.
So without having an inventory of all your cryptographic assets, you don't even know where to start, right? So that's step one with DigiCert One. You're able to get a full inventory of all your assets. But then what is more important is how do I automate the full life cycle from issuance to last mile installation across my entire digital footprint. Think about all user laptops, think about all machines, cloud workloads, your CI/CD pipelines, your
OT,
documents,
your everything.
OT, right? So PKI just touches everything. And unless you have a proper solution that can give you a full automation across all of these assets, you'll continue to have these outages or expenses. And we recently did a study with Forrester Research and found that our top organizations that have deployed DigiCert One with full automation were able to get their money back from the investment that they made in DigiCert within 6 months, right?
Wait, 6 months?
6 months.
But that's a full
payback period, right?
Full CLM.
Full CLM,
so
full automation.
You're dropping a good chunk of money on this.
Correct.
But 6 months, I'm making my money back.
6 months is a payback period, and in fact, most of these large organizations ended up saving close to $3 million just by automating.
Where do
PKI.
I get that study? Can I get it on your website?
I will. Yes, it's on the website. It's the Forrester Total Economic Impact Report with DigiCert One.
Fantastic. I'm actually going to download that because I can't tell you how many clients I have that I need to give them this report. Okay, because they keep going. Why do I need a CLM? And I go, look, it's fantastic for the regulatory issues and the certificate lifecycle shortening, but also it works, and we mentioned this as well, for agentic AI, it goes incredibly well with understanding where your agents are, what are your agents doing, and giving them proper identity.
Yeah.
So do you mind going into that in a little bit?
Yeah, 100%. Look, now, I look at the PKI worlds. We know how to secure machines and workloads, right? You use DNS to give them a name. We can drop a X509 cert and give them an immutable identity. And that's how IT, establishes the trust fabric within an organization. What is an AI agent? An AI agent is a smart workload, right?
Yes.
We strongly believe that all agents within an organization should have durable, immutable cryptographic identity. I call them digital passports.
Thank you. Yes.
So Josh,
agreed.
if you come to work for DigiCert, the first thing we'd say is, prove to me that you're Josh. Show me.
Give me your
digital
passport, driver's
passport,
license.
driver's
Yeah,
license.
of course,
right?
of course.
And we want to bring the same concept to AI agents. I mean, next year, maybe I'll have 6 AI agents working for me, right?
That's fine, but I have to know which 6 are mine.
Who they are. I need to have an audit trail. I need to have a kill switch. If I don't want some agent, I need to be able to revoke it. And before I give these agents access to my enterprise kingdom, they better come with strong, immutable cryptographic identities. And this is a solved problem with SPIFFE, Spire, PKI. We've solved this with dynamic workloads. And what DigiCert One is doing now is extending those PKI-based mechanisms to agents to give them identity, which is step 1 for any zero trust implementation.
It's fascinating because we see agentic AI literally plastered all over this conference.
Correct.
Like, it's everywhere here at RSAC. Like, it's everywhere. And I've talked to probably 3 or 4 different companies that have talked about agentic identity. And it's fascinating that they talk about providing guardrails for agentic identity and agentic privileges and permissions, which is understandable. And that the same idea. But the fact that you're doing it from a cryptographically secure point of view is really fascinating to me.
Yes.
And I know there's going to be a lot of people like, what's the big deal? I don't want a North Korean agentic AI slipped in. I mean, it sounds silly, but how many North Koreans got hired as IT workers in the past few years? Tens of thousands, I think it was.
I think the foundational problem with the way people are approaching agentic AI identities is they are just substitute bearer tokens. They are acting on behalf of users.
Right.
You do not have an inherent, like a digital passport of the agent. That's like foundational. After that, I look at the OAuth tokens or acting on behalf of this user as like visas on that passport saying, hey, you're allowed to go to TSA, to get through TSA, you need a passport.
Right.
But then you have a boarding pass that allows you to go through to different gates, right? People are obsessed with the boarding pass.
Authentication and authorization.
But nobody is, I want to know, what's as an IT controller, I want to be able to say, if I kill this root, or if I kill this,
does it
name,
immediately
immediately revoke all access within it?
Right.
And bearer tokens don't, right? And that's the challenge. I think we need to
bearer tokens have an inherent lifespan, whereas a root is immediate CRL, certificate revocation list,
Correct.
and everything dies.
Correct. And
Yes.
we've solved this problem, Josh, right? Look, workloads, when I was at Zscaler, for example, you couldn't have a workload without a DNS entry, and that became like a registry of all my workloads, right?
Interesting.
And then those workloads, when they needed cryptographic identities and secure connections,
you can issue the term.
You issue the certificate tied to that, binding a key to that internal name. So it's a solved problem, and what we're doing is we're bringing digital passports to AI agents using PKI, SPIFFE, Spire, OPA-based policies, and I think that's step
OPA,
one.
Open policy agent-based
Yes,
policies?
yes.
You're writing this in Rego to a certain extent then?
Yes.
Oh, I'm a big fan of OPA. I think
Yes.
policy-based access control
Yes.
and understanding it using the policies is a monsterly huge thing.
Correct.
There's Open Policy actually is another company. I'm a big policy fan.
That's
so
good.
I love that. That's really nice. It provides, that's the guardrails that goes around the cryptography. Like you with this cryptographic certificate, you were allowed to go here and here and here. Not over there though, not over there. Yeah. But it's the same thing we do to humans.
Yes.
You have your ID, it'll badge you through this door and that door, but not that door over there.
Yeah. And so that's on the agent side, but AI is also introducing this whole problem of, what's real, what's fake, right? Like, look at content. you guys will release this video, someone can download it, Google Nano Banana Pro it and change something. Where is the content provenance, right?
Right.
So again, solved problem with PKI. You can sign a PDF document and we know this is tamper-proof. Here's all the metadata.
So as DigiCert 1, I can
You can do that.
cryptographically sign my documents, my videos, my everything.
Correct.
And if anybody, they can still do a deepfake of it. I mean, it's not going to stop them from deepfaking it, but I
it
can
will lose its
authenticate
original content provenance,
exactly.
right? So
it still the original content has the provenance, so I can prove this is real
and that's
this
the
is
other one
fake.
is not, right? And I think we'll live in a world where you might have like a blockchain of all trusted media providers and in LinkedIn, for example, you see now little CR tags that show up with media, which has cryptographically signed content record.
I forgot about that. Yeah, good point. Okay.
Yeah, but there's all kinds of things. Like, we have insurance companies coming to us and saying, hey, we're getting fake accident reports, right? We have camera manufacturers saying, I want to sign the metadata, GPS coordinates, timestamps, etc. of my image and raw files because I want to be able to prove this originally came from here.
This camera,
yes,
at this time, in this place,
correct,
is we digital fingerprinted it and cryptographically signed it.
Correct.
And then that picture, if it's this picture you're seeing with this cryptography attached to it, it's real.
And the standard that we've been working with a lot of the media providers, Microsoft, Adobe, etc., is called C2PA, Content Provenance Initiative. DigiCert's a certificate authority for that, and we've also been accepted into the product conformance list to be able to sign these types of media using C2PA.
Are there any other root
There's a
CAs?
bunch.
Okay, good. But DigiCert is leading the way, is what I'm hearing.
End-to-end solution, not just giving you the authority to sign,
right,
but also having our content trust platform that allows you to manage all of that, just like we've done with PDFs and digital documents. So look, what do you use PKI for? You use it to give authenticity to machines and encryption, but that authenticity can be extended to media, to content, to software. We've already been doing it for documents and software, extending it to synthetic content, extending it to
Deepfakes
AI agents are all just a natural extension.
This is fascinating. You've really so. Did this start with you, like at DigiCert? Well, you came to DigiCert a few years ago.
Yes.
Did this expansion of DigiCert's sort of traditional? DigiCert's been around forever.
Correct.
Let's be honest.
Correct.
But did you start this expansion of DigiCert's traditional PKI roots into look? There's so much more we can do with this.
Yeah. So I think the pivot that we made as a company after I joined about 3 years ago was we were a very reputed certificate authority.
Huge. The one.
And now what we do is we say it's a full soup to nuts solution where we manage, we still are the best CA out there, and the ability to manage.
You're allowed to say that, it's cool.
The ability to manage your public TLS, private PKI, replacing your internal CAs, your legacy CAs, and being able to provide a full life cycle management around everything that PKI touches,
right,
across your infrastructure, your workloads, your machines, your software, your content. So it is the whole platform that is automating PKI and DNS for you.
Wait, back up. You just said something interesting. We are the complete platform. Cool. Love it. I'm a big fan of integrated solutions because it means I don't have to deal with it.
Yes.
Okay? But PKI and DNS.
Yeah.
So you're doing all of that?
Yes. So we did acquire a company called Ultra DNS. And
I know. You bought Ultra DNS?
Yes. So
didn't even realize that. Okay.
Yeah. So Ultra DNS serves about 1/3 of the authoritative queries in the world, used by some of the biggest e-commerce engines and software companies. And the reason why PKI and DNS working together is so important is because as these certificate lifetimes are shrinking, you need to do the domain control validation through DNS more frequently, right? So if you have a fragmented solution, what happens is your PKI says, I need to check DNS, right? Here's a secret. The DNS
because I need to check
respond.
The text fields or the whatever,
Yes, the DNS doesn't respond, or worse still, the PKI and DNS teams are siloed, and the DNS team says, no, you can't add this record, and automation fails. For fail-safe automation, you need PKI and DNS working, in a kind of a tight loop, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
To be able to
need
say,
this. Here you go.
Hey, this cert on this machine is going to expire. We've already pre-authorized the DCV checks, right? And as soon as it expires, we have issued and installed, and we have notified you. as opposed to kind of back in the day, tickets are being opened, people are running around, and that's where all the inefficiency and resiliency failures happen.
Okay, I'm going to go a little long here because I've got a question for you. And
Go for it.
You can say no, but that implies that you're going to be going after mail security as well, because SPF, DKIM, and DMARC are so heavily tied to DNS,
Correct.
as well as PKI.
So we did acquire a company called Valley Mail. That's the leading provider.
You bought Valley Mail?
Yes, we did. So
When?
Last year.
I didn't even hear about that.
So look, DigiCert was always issuing verified mark
I've been recommending
certificates.
Valley Mail for years.
Yes, so we love the solution because now
It's a good solution.
On when it comes to messaging trust, email trust, what are the two steps? You need to be DMARC compliant, right?
Yeah.
And that's really tough
And you also
for
need domain
organizations.
alignment. You need the
You need the
SPF,
SPF, DKIM, DMARC.
DMARC, yeah.
And Valley Mail is the leading provider of DMARC enforcement. With Valley Mail, you're able to enforce DMARC.
And with the DNS,
quickly.
you're going to be able to do the SPF flattening, active SPF flattening
Yeah,
beautifully.
they have patents on these dynamic SPF records, that are able to deal with the limitations of only so many DNS.
I have
you can do
clients I
that.
have to call. This is
Yeah,
great
yeah.
stuff. No, I'm serious.
But here's the kicker. You do the DMARC, and then with DigiCert as the issuing authority for VMC and MARC certificates, once you have DMARC, we can give you those certs, and you get, Gmail gives you the blue check mark. Your
Right, 'cause they're a
emails
pain in
get
the
placed.
butt, yeah.
Your email gets placed in, prominently, less, higher opening rates. I mean, it's a beautiful solution.
Amit, thanks for joining us today. To learn more about DigiCert, please visit securityweekly.com/DigiCert RSAC. For full RSAC 2026 coverage from CyberRisk Alliance, visit securityweekly.com/RSAC. Stick around, we'll be back after this break.
Thank you, Josh.
Thank you. Welcome to RSAC 2026. I'm Joshua Marpet, and joining me today is HD Moore, CEO and founder at RunZero. HD, thank you for being here. This is always fun. I've known you for years, and I love interviewing you because every time I interview you, I learn more. So this is very cool. So, okay, so RunZero, do me a favor, start me off. I know what RunZero is. I even did training videos for you years and years and years ago, but for our viewers, what's RunZero?
RunZero identifies all your stuff. So internal, external, mobile, cloud, you name it. So we're really good at being able to connect to the network and then identify every single asset, whether it's IT, IoT, medical device, you name it, really quickly without credentials, without an appliance, and without an agent. So if you're going to an environment where you don't have access to a lot of things, or it's really messy, like the more messy your physical environment is, the better RunZero can be in terms of providing value. So we find all that shadow IT, and we find it by going in and looking for it, not just going off a spreadsheet.
You know, it's interesting because your whole concept is I find stuff. I will tell you, hey, there's 14 things connected. You had no idea we're there. And so, as I understand it, RunZero is supposed to be run continuously, which also helps because once I've done my inventory, the next day something changes. The delta is really important. And that's a big part of RunZero, am I correct?
Yeah, absolutely. It's the delta of the changes, but also understanding where your security controls are missing. So if you find 10,000 web servers or 10,000 Windows servers, but only 9,000 have CrowdStrike EDR, you probably have work to do, right? So we're really good we're really good at selling other people's licenses. Because if you go into an environment and you find out you're only scanning half your environment with Tenable, well, you need to upgrade your Tenable license to get the other half, right? So we find a lot of that stuff. But RunZero becomes like the baseline for here's what's actually connected, because we'll go through and brute force network addresses, we'll crawl the entire private IP space, we'll do all kinds of fun things like that, we'll look around corners, we'll have SDP caches, and we do all that to make sure that we've got the full list of everything, and then we help customers then close the gap with other tools.
Close the gap with, I love that. We are really good at selling other people's licenses. That's
Absolutely.
Hilarious. They should pay you a freaking license fee for that, or a marketing fee. Okay, but one thing we talked about just a minute ago was OT. And this is really fascinating because, look, the watchword of RSAC is Agentic AI. If I see Agentic AI one more time, I'm probably going to throw up, okay? And it's on the stairway right there, so I'm probably going to be throwing up. But anyway, the point is that you're not talking about Agentic AI. You're talking about OT. You're talking about the plumbing of our world. And you said something interesting. IT in data centers, at least, has become OT. So
Absolutely.
Do me a favor, tell me what's going on with RunZero and OT.
Sure. A lot of our existing customers from 2 or 3 years ago that would normally be considered IT projects are now being considered as OT projects. Your normal IT now includes your cloud and your SaaS, but things like your large data centers, your data center expansions, those are really all OT focused. Those are all HVAC, cooling, electricity, things like that. And so we're getting pulled into more and more projects where it's very much like identify the physical infrastructure, tell us how it's connected, and identify places where it's connected incorrectly, or otherwise bypasses the segmentation or the rules you have in place.
Okay, segmentation. I mean, if you're talking classic OT, valves and sensors and stuff, ICS, SCADA type stuff, segmentation is how we secure it. Because it's almost, there's a lot of OT stuff that is absolutely not securable. It has no certificate revocation list. It has no, firewalls built in. It's designed for an open, flat, accessible network. Yeah. And we found out that was a bad idea. Details. And so we started ring fencing all of this stuff in. But you're saying that you will find where those ring fences, where those segmentation is not working properly. Am I correct? How?
So we're really sneaky. Is this way to do it? So all the cool tricks we put into Metasploit from the early days of how do you find ways to hop between domain controllers to do this, we've now applied that to the RunZero discovery model. So we can identify an asset that has more than one interface. So you've got a Windows machine on your network and has a VPN adapter, we'll find it remotely and tell you its IP. So now we know the external IP of an internal asset that is not even traversing your firewall because it's going around it through the VPN. We do the same thing for Linux devices, all kinds of fun stuff. So we can basically say this device is on more than one network at a time, or we see the same device's unique fingerprint in more than one place, and we see it in more than one place, it's connecting those networks together.
Right. So if I see it's dual-homed in some form or fashion.
So it must be a way to go from network A to network B to network C if you see it in all three places. So a combination of asking devices to tell us about their secondary interfaces without credentials and using a bunch of fun tricks, and then also doing the inference, if we see the same device in more than one place, we know it's connecting those things together. So a really common example would be you've got a technician's laptop, they're going into the OT environment, they're plugging into the HMI workstation doing their work, but there's no connection to the Wi-Fi. They're still in the Wi-Fi for your main network, and that's how they're getting out and downloading tools. But during the period that they're there, they're now acting as a bridge between the OT network and the guest wireless network, and that is incredibly common.
And it's incredibly common, and it's incredibly security risk. That's the problem. And so now we're talking about you're able to find all of these interconnections between different networks, all these places that packets could be routed between networks, and it shouldn't be.
Yep.
We're supposed to have these segmented off, and they're not. Somebody has broken segmentation. That's a big problem and a big solution. That's fantastic. Tell me about other problems, like you mentioned shadow IT.
Yeah, absolutely. So, often folks, especially if you buy a company or you have lots of physical plants, it's very easy to lose track of a subnet, lose track of devices. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
Can't tell the number of times we've gone to a bank for an audit and we go into the telco closet and the customer has no idea what's in there. There's just random devices bolted to the wall. There's like a DSL modem as a backup line. There's power adapters. They just have no idea what is that utility. They're like, okay, we just don't touch it and it doesn't break. And that stuff is super common. And oftentimes that's the easiest way into the organization. Finding the device that the company doesn't know exists, it's usually the easiest path in, because if they knew about it, it would have already had an EDR agent, it would have already had some kind of security control, auto updates. So your best chance as an attacker is to find things that they're not aware of.
They literally don't know what's in their telco closet?
Not very often, because they assume that it demarks at the building or it demarks to their ISP. The ISP could have put a device in that they think the ISP manages, but really they're supposed to manage.
I swear to God, HD, every time I talk to you, I get more depressed about the state of technology. I learn stuff, but I get more depressed about, they don't even know what's in their telco closet. I'm like, it's a big bank. And they don't know. That's insane. That's insane. Okay, so tell me about, one of the things you're talking about is an inventory. Now look, CIS 1, the number one thing in CIS Top 18 is have an asset inventory.
Yeah.
You fulfill that.
Yes.
Now you've got some competitors, I'm not going to name them, but I'm curious, how do you differ?
Most folks who are in asset inventory assume that you can install an agent and everything, and they use those agents to give you your inventory. So your typical
agents, nobody likes an agent.
Exactly. MDR, you don't want to have 10 different agents, right? If you are a TDM agent and a CrowdStrike agent and another agent, you don't want another third or fourth agent on the machine. They're going to be fighting each other already. So endpoint agents are great for devices you know about. You can do some kind of network scanning to find the rest of them, but most people's network scanner is a vulnerability scanner.
Yeah.
And you don't really want to run your Tenable against your OT environment.
No, it's no. OT environments are fragile. We don't want to touch them if we can avoid it. Right.
Even if you don't break something, it'll take a long time. It's doing vulnerability testing. You don't really want vulnerability testing. You just want to know, is it there and what is it, right?
Right.
So those tools are really good at telling you, like, here's the vulnerabilities in this asset, but they're not really designed to tell you what that asset actually is. So we focus on telling you, like, this is a Roku media player as opposed to a Linux kernel. This is an actual camera made by this vendor. So very much telling you, like, what the device physically looks like it. So when you're walking around trying to figure out where that thing is, you actually know what to look for.
Okay, so you're doing fingerprinting of the devices that you find. You're doing it agentless, and you're doing it in a way that is, I don't know, is it gentler? I mean, do you know what I'm saying?
Absolutely, yeah. Our goal is to not send any traffic if we can, right? So unlike most tools that they want to do 100,000 vuln checks, we don't want to send a single packet if we can avoid it. If we can figure out what the device is by sniffing the ARP cache of another printer nearby, we'll use that. So
seriously?
we'll look around the corners, we'll ask other devices for hints about that asset. We do anything we can to be as light as possible. And the scan engine itself is not Nmap, right? We do this incremental scan where the first thing we look for is like maybe ARP, then we do all these like obscure discovery protocols implemented by different manufacturers, so that if we identify that it's a Lantronix or it's a Mocha
Right.
or something like that, we know what not to hit. We know to zig and zag around things that would cause the device to crash or reload. And we can still do a full scan, but we don't actually have cause problems with the device itself.
You're customizing the scans on the fly, so for the device manufacturer, the device type, the things that are going to cause the device to loop or
Otherwise,
whatever.
the customer's going to kick you out because you crashed all their stuff, right? So
Yeah,
you
they
have
get
to be able
pissy
to do
about
that.
that. I don't know, it's weird,
So if you want to be able to do inventory, you have to be able to do it safely, quickly, and so on. Something I'm really excited about is we're about to do a new software release coming up in April.
Oh, yeah, what's
And
up?
it's going to have all your fun attack graphs, of course, like we do those already to some extent, but showing your bridges, your layer 2 topology, things like that. But the really neat thing about this one is we're expanding our OT protocol discovery. So if we see a BACnet device, currently we say it's BACnet, it controls your HVAC, whatever.
Right.
But now we're actually going through that device and tunneling into the serial port bus in the back end and saying, what other devices are connected to this BACnet device that are not IP? And now we can start showing you all those devices that are one hop away from the IP layer that are still reachable through this gateway.
You're talking about video surveillance, you're talking about serial connected modems, you're talking about serial connected controllers.
Building power. I mean,
these are the BMS
that,
systems.
Yep.
Okay, that's very impressively interesting, because most RS-432 and RS-485 are not looked at by most of the inventory systems out there.
And you have to be careful. If you just slam packets at it, you're going to override the
you're
bus,
going to
right?
destroy it.
So I'll give you an example. Like, just for funds, we scanned BACnet across the whole internet, found about 9,500 devices directly exposed to the internet through BACnet, which is fine.
What?
So that's about 10,000.
No, it's not right.
But the funny part is we found 27,000 devices behind them that are reachable through these BACnet gateways that are actually, if you ask the first BACnet device you talk to has IP. If you ask it very nicely, it'll forward packets to other devices on the serial bus. So we enumerated the serial buses. We found like another 30,000 devices that are actually hanging off these things that people don't even realize are internet exposed, let alone reachable through this mechanism. So we're doing a similar.
I got to ask, what kinds of devices did you find?
The more important ones. So usually you see an HVAC controller, you see like a train or something like that. Like, okay, sure, I can turn the HVAC off, right?
Right, okay.
But you start getting deeper into those systems, you start seeing water control, flood control systems, you see the smoke systems, you see the alarms, like all
Wait,
the really,
what?
all the dangerous like life safety stuff is hooked up to the same system, and you can tunnel through the HVAC to get there because of the way the backnet network's configured. So in addition
Seriously?
to backnet, yeah, it's nuts. So the stuff that's really scary
Okay.
is not directly reachable, but it's reachable from a directly reachable device.
That's not good. You're talking about fire alarm systems, smoke detection systems, flood control, water
Yep.
detection, all the stuff that if it's in a data center, I can destroy the data center
Yep.
and keep the alarm suppressed.
And you wouldn't see it from a normal network scan. You just see a random HVAC controller. You don't realize it's actually able to talk to this other stuff on the back-end bus. So we do a similar approach for Ethernet IP SIP as well, which is an industrial control protocol.
Yeah.
And same thing. We'll enumerate the backplane, we figure out what else is connected to it, and we bring all those other devices we found on the backplane into the inventory and say, hey, it's not just this device that's exposed, it's actually all this other stuff that we can get to by using this device as a gateway together. And then showing them, of course, the attack graph and topology and fun things like that.
Okay, so when you do this, you're showing the attack graph. You're showing me a visual of what is reachable,
Absolutely.
from where and how, and what's it doing. What is it, and potentially what's it's doing. What
And
it's
how do you
doing,
get that right? So, for example, if you have a technician laptop and they're currently doing some work on the network, on their OT network, and they also happen to have like Wi-Fi enabled, they're actually acting as a bridge between the Wi-Fi network and the OT
They're
network.
multi-homed. Yeah.
And a lot of folks say, well, that's okay because they're not forwarding traffic or whatever. Guess what? Nearly every laptop right now forwards traffic by default because all of the container tools around like Docker Desktop, Podman, they enable IP forwarding by default on your laptops. So if you actually look at the number of devices in the world that have IP forwarding on by default, it's like something like 40% of all devices will forward IP traffic between interfaces, even though they're not explicitly configured to be routers, they route anyways.
And then you've got all the devices that have those multiple virtual networks. And so you're basically, your single network connection on your laptop could be a half a dozen interfaces
Yeah.
for various different networks that you don't even realize because there's only one cable plugged in. What's the big deal?
You take a brand new MacBook and you type ifconfig, you'll see
Yeah.
28 different network interfaces hanging off it, including things like the wireless display link, the Bluetooth, the PAN. There's a million different interfaces hanging
I
off.
didn't even think about that.
It's wild, and those are all routable and turned on. by
And they're all
default.
routable internally to
Yes, you can
Oh.
run traffic from the wireless display link for your remote monitor.
Right.
You can actually route IP traffic to another IP or another interface on that laptop.
We're adding entire attack surfaces without even knowing about it, aren't
And
we?
no one pays attention anymore. So we're excited to dig into this layer. That's really where we have fun, is uncovering all this kind of squirrely, back-end unexpected infrastructure.
And so, oh wow. Okay, so this is allowing me to use an IT asset running your system, somebody's laptop, to check out all of the OT devices and networks and interfaces that it's connected to across all of those different, and what they can route to,
Yeah.
and what they can, and so on and so forth.
And all the way from the internet back in, right? So, a lot of folks will say, okay, I've got one big internet firewall, all my traffic exits my FortiGate or whatever, right?
Right.
We go and look at the network and we say, you actually have 4 or 5 different public IPs all going into your internal network in different spots. Like, wait, why? Like, well, you've got a public v6 address on this device. This other device has a mobile LT card enabled, and the carrier is just exposing directly to the internet. Or this other device has a VPN adapter, but its VPN adapter is actually public and exposed too. So we find all these other different ingresses into the network that are not your main gateway.
Okay, so that's attack surface management, and what you're saying is most of us, our attack surface management sucks.
Yeah. Well, it's hard to do. So one thing that we do that's really fun
You're being
internally.
so nice. Oh, it's really hard. It's okay. No, it sucks.
Well, most external attack surface management is about scanning your external interface and saying,
Right.
I found this that looks like it belongs to you, right? The problem is if you find it through the external side, you don't know who owns it internally. So we flip that on its
Valid.
head. We actually scan the internal network. We fingerprint every device so uniquely that we can then pull it out of the entire internet. We say, is there anything else in the entire internet that has remote desktop with this TLS certificate enabled, with this unique key, with this SMB2 GUID?
Oh, with the TLS certificate, you got the certificate ID.
Yeah.
As long, yeah, you
now
can
we know
absolutely
that
fingerprint it.
if you
Yeah.
find the device internally, you don't even have to scan the external side. You just know exactly what external IP address it already has because you can correlate it against the cert. So we do that across a bunch of unique identifiers. So everything from like temporary GUIDs in memory, STB random IDs, SSH host keys are great for that. And in doing so, we can, only by scanning the internal network, we can then tell you where the external reachable points are just by doing a lookup.
That is HD. That is awesome.
Thanks. It's a lot of fun.
I'm like, that is really, really cool. And I gotta say, like, this is a tool that should be run everywhere because, again, CIS1,
Yes.
have an asset inventory. And what I'm hearing from you is nobody really does that.
then you could have an inventory, but you don't know much about the inventory. Like if you see a generic Linux box in the network, that doesn't mean anything. But then if you find out it's a Hikvision camera that probably is backdoored firmware, then maybe you care a little more, right?
Just a little, just a little.
So you need the context of what the thing is before just an inventory helps you.
This is perfect. HD, thanks for joining us today. To learn more about Run Zero, please visit securityweekly.com/run0rsac. That's run0rsac. For full RSAC 2026 coverage from CyberRisk Alliance, visit securityweekly.com/rsac. Stick around. We'll be back after the break.
Welcome back to day 2 of RSAC 2026. I'm Doug White, and joining me today is the amazing Jody Brazil, the CEO and co-founder, almost a founder, half a founder. Yeah, one of those. I love to talk to founders, but at Firemon, which of course we all know and from long experience with Firemon. Yeah. So thank you for being here.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, so the title of this that I got was the missing layer in zero trust, which was enough for me. There's a colon, which then went on to the security policy control plane, which made it so much scarier. It was bad enough to start with, and then we add that piece to it, and it just gets that much worse. You and I were talking earlier about identity management and this whole idea of zero trust. I mean, this is one of those buzzwordy things, right? And I can put up a slide. This is zero trust.
Yeah.
I can be an auditor and go, you need zero trust. But there's a gap between saying and doing.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah. So we've been doing this for a long time. The reason why Firemon exists was to solve a operational challenge for security engineers. Right. The job that we task network security engineers with is hard. It's complex, and it results in a lot of mistakes. So the reason we exist is to improve the life of security engineers, improve security operations. And what's interesting, the topic for today around zero trust is that zero trust doesn't solve the network security challenges. It, in many cases, creates new security challenges, security is the wrong word, creates new operational challenges in order to effectively implement the principles of zero trust. And so it's a whole new, some cases attack surface, but it's a whole new management problem for engineers to deal with, and I think we bring some sanity to that world.
Yeah, you do. I mean, you're probably one of the biggest known companies for this kind of stuff that sort of emerged out of the chaos of the early internet days. Sure. And the first times I was advising clients who were asking me, what do we do? And didn't really understand the difference in a file and a group and a permission and a user. And,
right.
It's like, because I've seen a lot of what I call IP-any scenarios or chmod 777 world writable kind of things. And that was the early internet thing too, it was just people chmod 777 star.
Yeah, make it work.
And now our website works.
Yeah.
and we get to go home today. I mean, how do you start? I think that would be one of my first questions, because it's a question I've been asked. How do we start to move from here's a big pit full of files and things, and because it's not just files, it's everything. How do we move from that pit to something that even begins to be manageable?
It's a hard problem. We live in the world of network security, and in that world, it's very similar to file-based, right? Think about this. We started with these ideas of a crunchy outside and the soft middle, right? And so you think about those files that you would store and you put in a local repository, and as long as it was internal, anybody could access it, right? Well, no, probably not, right? We shouldn't be allowing payroll files to be accessible, and certain customer data shouldn't be accessible. So we need to start segmenting that off. Well, the same is true with network security. If you go back to the early, the late 90s, and you had the idea of the internet was outside, and then everything else was inside. We certainly evolved from there to the recognition that we need to segment parts of the network. But every time you add a layer, there's exponential growth in the complexity of the security that you're trying to enforce. And that's where policy comes in. You think about the greatest technologies that exist, going back to the early days of access control lists in the 90s, to proxies, to stateful inspection, to next generation firewalls that were application aware, or even today with a next generation technology of zero trust like Illumio, which is really awesome technology. But all of those technologies enforce a policy.
Yes.
And it doesn't matter how great the technology is, if the policy is weak, the security is weak. And so the key to solving the challenge, whether it's files or network, is effective policy management.
Okay. And yeah, so kind of where I wanted to get to with this, I mean, I know I started you with files, and I know you don't really do files, but I want to get to the idea. There was a time when my segment, I teach networking, I teach firewalling, I teach intrusion detection. There is a time when this is a pretty simple problem. It's still a problem, but it's a very simple problem.
Yeah.
And what's happened in the last 10 years is we saw this problem expand not just from my little room to my institution, to even my cloud, but now into the beyond the cloud, on the other side of the cloud, to other on-prems, and we're bringing all that into one place. So these flows that are going through all this, and some of them are critical. I can't operate this app unless it can talk to that thing, which then talks to this thing in Singapore, and they all, how do we start to build policy around that, or manage it?
Yeah, so you're exactly right. In the simple environment with your home network, or you're a 10-person company and you have one firewall, great. You can probably logically put that into your head and understand what access is needed to make the application work, right? When you talk about an enterprise, you now have hundreds of firewalls, and each firewall has a policy that consists of thousands of rules, and each rule contains multiple sources and destination. You very quickly get to the point where you're managing billions of access paths, right? That's hard to contain in your head, right? You can't maintain that mental model. And so you have to have new ways to manage it. So policy management starts with this idea of understanding what access is necessary, whether it's creating your compliance definitions of this access is allowed, this access is not allowed, or whether it's defining the flows that you described, allow access between these applications to traverse. What's interesting in this in the world we're in right now is people adopt zero trust, right? Not just the logo you stick on the screen, but truly adopt a zero trust network architecture technology like Illumio. Super cool technology, right?
Yes.
Here's the challenge. You deploy this technology and we don't have the opportunity to deploy it in a greenfield, right? We're deploying this technology along with all the rest of the data centers and the cloud environments, everything else that we have. So you deploy it and it works great in your lab environment. And it's super cool, right? Allow access between these hosts, and based on these tags, we're going to allow access. Really cool. But then once it hits production, hits the real world, and now you're trying to say, allow this, let's use Illumio as a great example. Let's allow these Illumio hosts that are in this part of the world, this data center, to access these hosts in this other data center. They're no longer just in their own sandbox. They now have to work in the actual real world, and they traverse traffic across the cloud or your existing network infrastructure. And how do you maintain the policies across these different disparate technologies? The cloud, Palo Alto, Fortinet, Illumio. And that's where a single pane of glass, and one way to understand the policy and one way to define access is okay between this server and this server.
Okay.
And then we make sure that the policies across all those disparate technologies, including the new and super cool zero trust technologies, adhere to that same definition of access.
I agree with. That's nice.
Yeah.
I think we do definitely have to try to think how that expanded as well, from a day when I could say I allow port 22 TCP to I've got a porcupine of things connecting. So we have a lot of panes of glass around this that we have to assess each one.
Yeah.
How do we determine all those panes of glass? So this is this security control plane that you're talking about.
Exactly.
So as we step into this glittering security control plane, how do we start saying these and these are there, they should be there, and those over there I'm not so sure about, and maybe we need some more over here?
Well, the simplest place to start is with visibility. Right? Back to my example of organizations with hundreds of firewalls and logical rules of billions, right? The first problem is that I don't even know what I have, right? What access exists? And so the starting point for any network security conversation is to say what access is currently allowed. And it's extremely rare, and I'd perhaps go so far as to say never is it the case when you walk in and assess an organization's network security posture that you don't find gaping holes. And it's not because engineers aren't intelligent and capable and hardworking. It's because they inherit really complex problems, often with decades-old policies that have been in place forever, and they don't know why. Right? It's the very fragile. I'm afraid to touch that because it's been there for a long time, and if I do, what breaks? And so the starting point in any organization is to have a clear understanding of what access exists, what are the current control paths that I have in place, what gaps do I have that I need to fill, and then we often go through a period of cleanup. That legacy policy probably has lots of rules that are hidden, shadowed, or unused, right? No longer necessary. So we start with a cleanup process just simply to get your arms around what is it that you have. To get to the question, right? what's here is okay, is what over here okay, right? So you got to start with visibility.
I mean, that was how I first kind of came into contact with Firemon, because I remember doing audits, and this question you're talking about what do you have, was one of my early questions.
Right.
And the answer was almost invariably, we have no idea.
That's right.
Don't break anything.
Yeah.
And it's a very daunting question to even a mid-sized enterprise. Even a small business, sometimes it can be very daunting because they often don't know all their assets. They don't know where everything sits. And just being able to start to sort of conceptualize that is very, very challenging.
Yeah.
Do you think there are mechanisms now that would allow us to visualize these things? Or is this always going to be a kind of behind-the-scenes, component?
No, absolutely. The Firemon technology absolutely helps you answer that question, right? Visualize what access is allowed, understand the interconnectedness between those disparate technologies, the zero trust, the cloud, all those different technologies. The point that I like to make is the recognition that firewalls are going to evolve, right? And they have. We go back to the access control list through to the application aware, next gen cool technologies, right? Super cool stuff. What's consistent is that all they do is enforce the policy that you define. Policy is never going to go away. The underlying technology about how we enforce it gets better and better. Our ability to detect real-time threats as they traverse the network. Super cool stuff. But again, depends on, do you have a policy that is inspecting those threats?
Exactly.
Do you have the right policy? So policy management is a fundamental need. And back to where you started with files. Right?
Absolutely.
There's a very strong parallel here, right?
No,
what policy
kind of
have you
I brought
applied?
it up. I mean,
That's right.
Yeah. I feel like that it's almost the same problem. It's just a different channel of things, and how does this get from here? So one of the things that I think we're facing now is the introduction of Agentic AI and all these kind of components. And again, when somebody told me initially, Agentic AI, I'm like, okay, sure, a bot sits on a server and we talk to it, big deal. But as we've seen this evolve quickly from a bot sitting on a server that I can talk to and ask a question, we're seeing these things begin communication flows between bots and lambdas that are talking to other bots to another bot, and then let's throw MCP in there, and suddenly I've got a bot that wants to access my back-end OT, and I'm absolutely terrified.
Yeah. I mean, when you go from information, right, a simple LLM bot to an agentic AI that's taking action on behalf of users, you now have to think about that user or that agent as a user. What control, what permission should it have, what access should it have? And identity is going to play a critical role, right? What identity does that agent have in that moment becomes critical. Same is true with network security. You think about why network security exists, and the whole purpose is to reduce risk. Right? It doesn't eliminate risk. It dramatically reduces the risk. Think about the potential risk of an agent that goes rogue. Right? We used to think in terms of Terminator, and all of a sudden it feels like it's somewhat real, right? So how do you control that, right? How do I control the risk of your OT example? So it's supposed to have access to the sales data to perform some marketing function. Great. How do I now make sure that it doesn't get access to the customer data and do something nefarious, or the OT data or systems in a hospital, right? Well, network security can play a very important role in that, whether it's a human or whether it's an agent. Reduce the blast radius of the potential risk associated with any access.
You have to. It's just, like I said, there was a time where it was this nice little one beam of light, between me and port 22. I could easily, even I can easily understand that.
Sure.
And now I've just got this wall of noise that's coming in to every port, from every port to all these ports, and I'm going, wow.
Yeah.
And it's reflective as well, because this is talking to that, which is talking to this thing over here, and some of it's going off site, and we need these flows all the time.
That's right.
So we need tools like that let us create this, what you call the security control plane. So one, both understand how our policies interact with these things, because one of the things I observed was that people immediately just turn it off when they can't figure it out and everything stops. Because I've been in that seat. I've had the phone ringing and the CEO calling me going, make it work now. And I've seen
Back to the
companies-
any except, right? Just make it work.
I've seen them do it.
Yeah.
They just unplug the firewall and just bypass it because we can't get it to work, and we don't have time to fix it next week.
You're right. So that's a really critical next step. So it's one thing to have visibility, right? But visibility doesn't improve security. That just gives you the awareness of what the problem is, right?
Yeah.
And so the next step is operationalize it. Now,
Yes.
every day, every hour, there's a request to allow new access. The new application that was created, the new request from a partner that needs to get access, right? The constant flow of access requests that puts strain on usually an overtaxed security operations team that has to respond to that. How do we empower them to meet their deadlines, to not hold up the business, and yet at the same time ensure that they maintain security? Right. So take the same visibility that we talked about earlier about identifying the existing gaps, and now give them those exact same visibility along with powerful tools to improve operations, like manage change, design new rules, automate the deployment and provisioning of new access. So how do we give these really important overtaxed security engineers the tools they need to be more
keep
efficient?
everything working at the same time.
Right, and not cause an outage. That's exactly right.
Because that's where we get into real trouble, right? When it all comes crashing down. Well, like I said, we could be in hour 6, and we could maybe start getting around to that. But unfortunately, it was a little short. Jody, thank you for joining us today.
Absolutely.
It's such a pleasure to get to talk to you. To learn more about Firemon, please visit securityweekly.com/Firemon RSAC. For all the rest of our RSAC 2026 coverage from CyberRisk Alliance, please visit securityweekly.com/RSAC. Stick around, though, and I'll be back with some more interviews in a very short while. We'll see you in a minute, okay? Welcome back to day 2 of RSAC 2026. I'm Doug White, and joining me today is Rajesh Kazanchi. Yeah, I got it on the second try. The CEO and co-founder at Color Tokens. It's great to have you here.
Thank you for having me.
We were talking while we were waiting a little bit, and it was so awesome because the topic here was about breach readiness for measurable risk reduction in the age of AI. And there are so many things in that title.
Yes.
I think we could talk about every word of that title for about an hour apiece and still not be done, but we're going to try to do it in a short format. I know that your company, you focus on breaches and about helping people try to manage this process. I mean, what is the impact right now for CISOs around breach?
See, very significant. I'll just tell you, in the last 5 years, people are starting to realize that breaches are inevitable. Some ignorant employee clicking on something gets compromised. Third-party vendors, external parties coming in, very, very difficult to really contain that part.
Yes.
You can have a very good hygiene, you can be secure, and you can have the best-in-class products, but at the end, one small mishap can actually bring in catastrophe. Our philosophy is that if attack happens, how do you make this a small incident rather than a business catastrophe? That's our core philosophy. So being breach ready means that as an organization, if and when a breach happens, then how do you make sure that you have a containment philosophy, you have an isolation philosophy, that it just becomes one single entity that is compromised, and you make sure that the rest of the ecosystem is not compromised. And that core technology is microsegmentation. Be it on the data centers, be it on the cloud infrastructure, be it on applications, or be it on OT devices, be it on plants, manufacturing sites, or grid stations, nuclear stations. And we just want to give a one single platform where customers can really feel that they have a platform where they can actually isolate these particular breaches.
Okay.
That's the core philosophy.
Okay.
Now, obviously, in the beginning, you have basic hygiene. You don't want to have flat networks. You want to make sure that your VLANs, your subnets are completely secured. But today, if you look at most of the organizations, they have firewalls. They do a good job, northbound traffic. They have detection response. They have, EDR technologies like CrowdStrike, Sentinel, Defender, all these technologies. And then they have, SOC knock operations to look at all the alerts and notifications. Then they have cloud security solutions. And then they have SASE architectures, which is like to the tune of the common SASE vendors. But attacks are still happening. Because any time a compromise happens, they get inside, then they have unfettered access within the networks.
Right.
And our job, our focus is, how do we make sure that they don't have unfettered access? If a particular application or a user has to connect to something, they only have grant access to that and nothing else.
Okay.
So things that they don't need to know, they just don't have access to that. And the whole philosophy is microsegmentation there.
I mean, I think that's emerged out of the zero trust, concept.
Yes, the core principle of zero trust.
Do you think there's been a shift? I mean, when I first started doing that kind of thing with the disaster stuff, the general attitude from a lot of upper management was, this doesn't apply to us. And it did shift to, does this apply to us? To now, I think most people are acknowledging that this does apply to us.
Yes. There's been a big tectonic shift in the last 5-6 years. And predominantly, a lot of the attacks are sophisticated attacks.
Right.
They are not run-of-the-mill, some configuration change here happened and they entered into the attack. Today, attack vectors are actually happening through approved paths. So someone stole someone's identity, it's $400 you pay for an identity stealing, and then you can get in. Previously, they used to do DDoS attacks and they used to really try to break the door. You don't need to break the door. You just get somebody's identity and you get in. And you are welcome to enter into their networks, and then you can steal. That tectonic shift, when people see those type of attacks happening, then they say, okay, it can happen to my industry, my vertical, or my company. How do I prevent it? And that's where this kind of awareness is, it's not applicable to, oh, I need to think about it. Then they double click on it and they say, this can happen to me as well. And that awareness we are seeing, not only, there was an earlier reluctance on the CIOs and CISOs saying that, no, not applicable to me. Now, forget about them. It is about even board is starting to ask them very hard questions saying that, can you prove it to me? Can you show it to me?
Right.
And still there's a lot of hand waving happening, especially on that front.
Right. I mean, I think, and I'll see if you agree with this, I think we're at the point where, so that the things you talked about, DDoS attacks and brute forcing and all these things that we used to teach people to look for.
Yes.
Which they should still look for.
Absolutely.
But when I teach intrusion detection, a lot of the stuff there relies on this kind of overt,
yes,
somebody's banging on the wall and you're listening for the bangs and going, somebody's outside, we need to be worried. That has shifted to this very subtle, under the waves kind of thing. Should we just go ahead and assume now that we are going to be breached?
Your main philosophy should be assume breach.
Yes.
And then how do I go about working through that entire path? So, case in point, we have a very large supply chain logistics. The only reason they actually picked us because they have 330 service centers across North America. And their entire philosophy was, if one service center gets compromised, they just want to run business as usual. Mm-hmm. So their 328 or 29 service centers should be functioning completely. So in a connected world, it'll take you less than 5 minutes to compromise all 330 service centers. Absolutely. Less than 5 minutes. So first breach attack to actually laterally moving into other service centers takes literally no time. So their entire philosophy was, assume a compromise happens, how do I quarantine and isolate that then and there? That's why this breach-ready construct and segmentation concept is becoming mainstream. So assume breach and then start operating and defining these principles, irrespective of what industry you are in. That's essentially the core philosophy, in a way kind of zero trust as well. They say trust nobody, and then build that entire philosophy of implementing zero trust principles.
So some of the modern things like this sort of evolving network structure, there was a time when my breach world was one room.
Yep.
A cable fails and all the terminals go down. That's a pretty simple scenario.
Yep.
Everybody hang on, give me 5 minutes, I'll find the cable, replace it, we'll be back in business. But now we've expanded to cloud and other prim, not just my prim, but somebody else's prim, and all those things are interrelated. And if even one piece of those things fails, in that long chain of this thing talking to that thing through this thing and those over there, we suddenly see a disaster emerge that is not as simplistic as these old things that we were looking at. How do we deal with that?
Great question, by the way. I'll give you an example of a hospital chain.
Okay.
They came, actually really managed well. They said that they do this exercise once in 3 months where they just want to be up and running within 40 minutes. Okay. That's their cutoff time.
Okay.
And they do these particular red teaming, blue teaming, plug it out, and really see how data recovery happens, how they can actually bring up the EHR, EMR applications up, and the maximum time is 40 minutes.
And they know that.
Yes, 40 minutes.
That they know that.
I was so delighted to see that. But during that entire conversation, what happens is if data gets encrypted, what do you do then? Let's say you have storage, you've stored the data,
right,
and they store it at a particular frequency,
right,
and they encrypt that data for last 2 days.
Okay.
So they can go back to the D-1 or -2 or -3, whatever you.
Right.
But then a lot has changed in the last 2 days. Think about it. So then they actually created a technology. They said, Encrypted data needs to be managed separately. How do I put a double encryption on top of it? The long story short philosophy is you start really looking at each and every element in the cyberspace and say, if this breaks, what happens? If that breaks, what happens? And it's a continuous philosophy.
Yes.
You can't actually build a robust cyber practice just saying that, okay, let me have a firewall, let me have detection response, let me do an application security, and I'm done. Those are tools. They cannot actually give you a complete security unless and until you have core design principles. Same philosophy for production applications and plants. So most of the plants that we go, they say we are isolated because we have firewall in front. I said, how many policies have you applied in the firewall? Sometimes it's thousands.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's any somewhere located and you're done. You're toast.
Yeah.
And those particular things still happen.
Oh, yeah.
So how do you apply a core principle philosophy of being compliant, having architectures which are Purdue models, 62443 compliance on the production plants, and make sure that you're consistently running and operating and saying that, let my team now actually think about what if switches are off completely? What happens then? So you can't do it on your production environment, but you can mimic certain environments and run these particular exercises. That's the only way to actually have a robust, and it cannot be, one thing applies to everybody. It has to be industry specific. It has to be like hospitals. Majority of the attacks in hospitals happen because of unpatched HVAC systems. How do you decouple? How do you really create that architecture, which is IT, OT, separation of IT, OT, creating environments, making sure your medical device isolation scenarios are there, making sure your radiology is not connected to the main systems, so that even if one particular department is compromised, it doesn't quickly move to the other department. You're just trying to make sure that at a layer by layer, you're reducing that breach impact and creating it to a unit of one.
Right.
That's all what your philosophy is.
No, you want it down to the smallest little box.
Absolutely.
I mean, it's hard to get to the smallest little box.
But you're constantly iterating through.
You have to. And it starts with just, what do I have? And there were many companies we talked to that couldn't even tell me that.
Yeah, I completely agree.
Like, so what's connected to your network? And they're like, I think there's a lab down there, and maybe there was those guys that used to work down in that other building, and they don't even know.
They have no understanding about how the networks are actually. I have one more comment.
Oh, please.
Like, I'll give you an analogy of a hotel.
Okay.
When you enter into the hotel, and so many people enter into that hotel, loads and loads of people, right? How do you make sure that you have a containment philosophy in a hotel in case of an eventuality? So you'll first basically say, let me secure elevators. Then that's the card readers. Yep. Then you say, let me secure floors. Then you say, let me secure most critical floors where a lot of people stay. Right. And then you say, let me secure each and every room.
Yes.
That's the core philosophy of segmentation.
Right.
We are those locks in each and every room. In case an eventuality happens and some attack happens, you just want to contain it to one particular room and nothing else. And you iterate through, you say elevators, floors, then certain core ballrooms where hundreds and sometimes 1,000 people can be there, containment philosophy going all the way up to one unit.
I like the analogy. I'm going to steal it. I mean, I think that's really important. Another question I wanted to ask you, how critical is it for us to not just ask ourselves about these things, but to actually exercise these things?
Yes. So I have many examples where I've seen their questionnaire. Do you have firewalls?
Yes.
Yes.
Of course.
That means you're covered.
Yep, we're good.
The next level is, how many policies have you applied? So, long story short, you cannot do without actually proper exercises and experiments. There's no way.
Yep.
So I love when people talk about tabletop, but that is 1 on 10. That's what I'll give. I won't give anything more than that. Tabletop exercises are important, nice to have, but it's not going to help you much. No. You need to get into the philosophy of, let me really understand traffic patterns. Let me see which system is connected with whom. Why is it connected? Why can't I have a containment philosophy? Where is it that I can actually isolate these traffics? These are foundational questions for security. And it applies, by the way, it's a common sense, guys. It's not complicated. We have made it complicated.
Yeah.
It's just, if you just apply a core philosophy of security, everything that we talk about is common sense.
Yeah, it's just actually getting there and then I think testing it.
Executing it and getting to the details.
I've seen that, what you're talking about, the checklist so many times because I literally have just seen that and we started saying, okay, do it.
Yeah.
You know, just the first item here, like, okay, show me the firewall.
Yes.
Does it work? Wait. Is it even plugged in? No, it's not. Wait, why is it not plugged in? And they're like, oh, well, it didn't work, so we bypassed, you know, and and it's like, okay, the whole thing is busted from right there.
Correct.
Well, I could certainly talk to you the rest of the afternoon. Unfortunately, I can't. But geez, thank you for joining us so much today. It was my pleasure to get to talk to you. If you want to learn more about color tokens, which you should, please visit securityweekly.com/color tokens RSAC. And for all of our RSAC 2026 coverage from CyberRisk Alliance, visit securityweekly.com/RSAC. And if you'll hang around, I got more interviews for you after the break. So we'll see you there. All right, welcome back. Day 2, RSAC 2026. I'm Doug White. I get the great pleasure this afternoon to talk to Tom Tovar.
Thank you for having me.
Who is the CEO at AppDome. And that is so exciting. I mean, you and I have been talking for a little bit here because we had the chance to speak, and it was really fun.
Thank you.
You are a very, very interesting person and very smart, which made me feel bad, but I will work on that. Thanks for joining me.
Yeah, thank you for having me. I'm very excited to be here.
So this one, I read the title, and I read all your questions. I did all my prep on it. But I'm not as knowledgeable, I think, about what you're talking about, and I want to hear more about it because it's very intriguing. But the title was How We Achieve Agentic Outcomes in Cybersecurity, which already was like, okay, that's interesting. But there was a colon, and then we went on and said the do it for me mobile defense.
Yeah.
And so I'm certainly wanting to hear more about what this means, and in terms of agentic. And so I think what it was it's about having agentic start to step in and have more control. Is that fair? Tell me what it means. I think is the better way to do it.
Yeah, so obviously we're here at RSA right now, and there's a lot of talk about using AI across the enterprise, and whether it's appropriate to use it in some cases and not others, and whether you need guardrails on it, or how do you provide authorization to agents to access applications and that sort of, all of which is a great conversation, and there's a lot of wonderful companies that are focused on that. I think there's a separate question, which is how do we leverage agentic technology as a workforce, as a worker, as performing tasks, performing functions, maybe even performing jobs of the future, whatever those may be. As the threat landscape continues to evolve and the complexity of enterprise systems continue to evolve, I think just specialized work will be filled in the future by specialized agents that will do that work. So we don't necessarily need to train humans to do that new work. We can leverage agents to do those work and do that task. So the big evolutionary step that I think we're all looking forward to is a notion where we're not looking to maintain a human in the loop. We're looking to elevate the human in the loop to give us more reasoning power, more decisioning, more autonomy over the task, and allow the worker or the agent to perform the task on a daily basis, and maybe even do that more consistently, more continuously, and so forth. So when we talk about moving to agentic outcomes, we're not really talking about using AI to analyze threats or determine the next emerging attack vector. We're talking about really performing tasks, whether that is adjusting a policy, adjusting a defense posture, doing that in runtime or real time, and taking over something that otherwise a human would have to go access the system and do. It's a scary notion, but I think that's where we're headed.
I mean, do you think that we're still kind of in the churn of that? Because at least that's how I feel. Because I am trying, being an old professor, to adopt. I mean, I love new things.
Yep.
I'm not an early adopter, but I love new things.
Yep.
And I want to use those things.
Yep.
Anything I can use to make things better.
Yeah.
I want to use. But I feel like I'm still sort of in the churn of what you're talking about. I haven't established where you said you're going to elevate me.
Yep.
I don't know where I'm going to elevate to. I don't know which floor I'm going to get off on yet.
Yeah, I think it's already happening. I mean, no doubt you probably use some agentic tool in your own, and you probably have already felt that your own learning curve is accelerated as a result of that.
Agreed.
I think we can all agree that frontier model makers have, if nothing else, given us a much better search than what we're used to, right? So in the old days, you would go onto Google and you would search for things, and you would get a lot of links, and you would click those links and you would read them and try to formulate your own whatever out of it. These days, you enter the query, you enter the prompt into your LLM, you get back an answer. You might challenge it or interrogate it a bit, but overall your learning capacity is improved, your learning curve is improved, your decisioning is improved, and so forth. So I think we're all feeling that today. Some of us are going the next step, and we're starting to say, well, if I have to do research about something, can I just automate that task and have the agent do that for me if that's a normal part of my job? And then others are taking that even further. Can it write code for me? Can I build other more advanced tooling using AI to achieve things? And so you're seeing the enterprise really race at that, really trying to figure out what part of my work ecosystem can I delegate to the machine today, and what does that path look like in the future? So we're very much in the center of the churn. If churn, you mean the butter.
That's
the butter
well, I just
analogy.
mean the swirl of,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
don't exactly know where I
Yeah.
exist in this particular
But you know
mess.
it's something.
I do.
Yeah,
And many of the pieces you're talking about, I'm like, well, I'm already doing that.
yeah,
I haven't established trust.
yeah,
You know, I'm facilitating things that I've always done myself.
yeah,
And saying, wow, if I could remove that task,
Yeah.
which is just a boring, repetitive task,
exactly.
I would have so much more time to do this task,
Exactly.
which is a much more interesting thing.
Intellectually challenging, stimulating, fulfilling, whatever.
Well,
then
I
agree.
saw it accelerate my class design.
Yeah.
Because, you know, things that I was telling my wife recently, I was going to build a new class
Yeah.
in this firewalling thing. And
Yeah.
in the old days, I just didn't have the time to build this back-end infrastructure to make the class more realistic.
Yeah,
I was focused on this. Well, if I can turn that over to Agentic,
yeah.
I can spend my time on the almost, fantasy part of it to make it seem more realistic to the students, so they're
Yeah.
seeing more what this would look like in the real world.
Absolutely. So for example, one of the things that in the technology that I created and our company builds is we took a very discrete function, which was adding security and defense features to mobile applications, which without technology is a very difficult, sophisticated, very boring, hard thing to do.
Right.
It involves a lot of work. It involves a lot of maintenance. Attack surface keeps evolving. The operating system keeps evolving. The device substrate keeps evolving, and so you're constantly maintaining. If you're building it yourself, you're constantly maintaining a tremendous amount of code inside your application and making sure that it runs well and so forth. So now imagine you take that task, that boring, every day, every moment, task, and you say, I'm going to let a machine do that. I'm going to let a machine build a set of defenses into my mobile application, relieve my engineering team of that burden, and I can still validate that those defenses are working. I can still do a pen test. I can still do a dynamic application security test, and you should, exactly. I can still do that, but ultimately a machine has taken that task over. Now, 10 years ago, when we started this journey, that was revolutionary.
Yeah.
And people were saying, well, wait a minute, I've got 30 engineers and they're the best engineers in the world, and why don't I just let them do this? And I have DevSecOps and I have a loop and so forth, and I've got it all figured out. Fast forward to today, no one says that. Everyone's saying, you know what? We can machine that in. We can let a machine build that for us. As long as we maintain the autonomy to check and validate, we can do that. So I think you're going to find that happy ground or that safe ground or that trusted ground. It might start relatively low today, but it will incrementally grow over time. And I think we got to be smart in how we do that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's sort of where we are, because one of the dangers I always see in these things is just people overstepping it.
Yeah.
Just they come in and they go, do it.
Yeah.
And and I've seen that a different concept than the mobile, but just the same thing with people going to employees and saying, use this, while tracking how much.
Yeah.
A personal friend said, I don't really know what they mean by that.
Yeah.
What do they want me to do? Dump all my files into this thing?
Yeah.
And the same thing
I wouldn't
here.
recommend anybody do that.
I mean, please don't. How do we start to build the foundations of that in our organization to get that process you're talking about, which I think sounds great? How do we start building that into our process?
Well, I think that's going to become a key part of the cyber function in the future.
Okay.
The cyber function of the future will be, I think, defining that roadmap of delegated autonomy or delegated agentic work, because I do think that will differ depending upon the industry that you're in and the work that you perform and so forth. I do wonder if we as a cyber community can really, I like to say, be the P in front of the locomotive, in physics terms, I'm sure the P slows down the locomotive, but when you look at it, does it really? I'm a little worried that we might be trying too hard to gate that adoption. I don't think we can gate that adoption. I think what we can do is gate the delegation of tasks and functions. And I think it will differ depending upon, you have organizations today that some have really strong cyber organizations. So the delegated authority might be less. You have others who struggle with finding the right talent or the right people, and they might need more of an agentic workforce. So I think it's going to vary. When I step back and I look at how these frontier model creators talk about the future of AI, there's all these doomsday scenarios, and I think left unchecked or left without a rational evolutionary model, yeah, it could get out of hand. But I think that same notion of a rational evolutionary model, if we apply it inside of an enterprise and say, what are the tasks that need to be done, that it really is better if it's done right and done consistently. Okay. And so I look at cyber and I think defense. Yeah. Defense is a great place to leverage agentic work, because missing it, getting it wrong, is just too much. Too much.
I think another piece of this that I like a lot about what you're saying is that this also, not everybody has 30 great engineers.
Yeah.
But they're still building components and building apps.
They are.
And like you said, this mobile environment which has always been terrifying to me, because again, I'm old. I was dealing with people sitting in a terminal that never moved from that spot, and I could go turn the keyboard off if I needed to. Yeah. But now I got a device that's being carried all over the world, and I have no idea what's touching it. And I'm getting people using apps that were not built by the best engineering team in the world. They were built by two 12-year-olds in New Jersey on a Saturday afternoon, but half my staff is using this. Yeah. And it seems to me like this agentic AI component you're talking about builds a kind of floor under this, that if we could make that floor equal across,
and moving up over time to match the threat.
Absolutely, because the floor keeps getting higher, because we can always say, well, that was the old floor. Yeah. We've just added 2 new pieces on top of it. Exactly. It suddenly levels that playing field from a security perspective, does allow some of those people to get into my enterprise that I otherwise would say, no, under no circumstances are we using this, but we might be able to trust this somewhat now.
I think you just nailed it. I think that's the perfect analogy for how to think about this. I think that you are going to see today, if I'm a B2B app maker, and I want the employee base to use my application in your workplace, you as the cyber person are going to give me a set of requirements. Right. And I either meet those or I don't meet those. And if I don't meet those, you're going to tell me, sorry,
no thanks.
Can't use it in my environment. That has, up until the age of AI, those sets of requirements have been largely formulaic, static, not changing. In an age of AI, you're going to see those things move up, and as they do, the developer is going to have to meet those standards, or the IT person is going to have to come in, or the cyber person is going to have to come in and use a technology to raise that application to those standards so that productivity can continue.
And that's what I want to see, because I've seen these situations where people are saying, oh, we got employees downloading 100 apps a day. Yeah. And we kind of like the idea because maybe we'll find the new thing. Because if we're just the same as everybody else, we don't have a competitive advantage. And look, and I'm like, you're doomed. Yeah. This is like the recipe for giant disaster. But this could set me to that foundation.
Yeah. Now take that same scenario and turn it to the brand side, the revenue side. Okay. The apps that you and I use every day for banking, travel, friends, social media, whatever. All the stuff we interact with where our money's at stake, not the business, our data's at stake, not the business, and where there's no real standard. It's just whatever the fraud guys throw at you. It's whatever the cyber guys throw at you. And ask yourself, how does an enterprise that isn't leveraging agentic work, how does it keep up with the agentic threat? And you say, oh, okay, there's no way in a B2C mobile application for a set of developers working inside of a brand can keep up doing manual coding with attackers who are using agents to create attacks, to do deepfakes, to do social engineering, etc. So that uncharted territory. You
I mean,
need
they weren't even keeping up when there wasn't
exactly,
agentic attackers.
Exactly.
It was impossible because I've always called this the infinite series problem.
Exactly.
Because I'm a developer.
Yep.
There's an infinite number
of
12-year-old hackers.
Exactly.
And nation states.
Exactly.
And everybody out there, and they have an infinite amount of time to target me. So
and you have a finite amount of resources.
Exactly. It was just me. I developed the whole app.
Exactly.
And it's over.
Exactly.
Because there's no way I can combat that in any kind of effective
So
way.
now imagine you have the power of an infinite workforce in an agentic solution that helps you keep pace with that infinite attacker problem. All of a sudden, okay, my revenues are more protected, my data is more protected, my business is more protected, and I can scale independent of my headcount.
I don't see any way around it.
I don't see any way around it.
No, I mean, so it sounds like you have a model moving forward.
I mean, look, I think you gotta build technologies that produce outcomes and help people. Mm-hmm. And I think we were talking about this before. Yeah. Like, I love being on the good guy side. Like, I just love being on the good guy side. I love being in cyber. I love I think that if we can change the economics of fraud, change the economics of hacking, change the economics of cyber attacks, we can take a big bite out of it. And that's where agentic work and agentic workflows come into play.
Well, obviously we could talk about this the rest of the day and tomorrow. Unfortunately, we don't have that much time, but
I'm glad we had this conversation.
Me too. I enjoyed it very much. Tom, thank you so much for joining us. It's my pleasure. To learn more about AppDome, please visit securityweekly.com/AppDome RSAC. And for all the rest of our RSAC 2026 coverage from CyberRisk Alliance, please visit securityweekly.com/RSAC. And if you'll stick around, it won't be me, but there will be even more content to come today, and I'll be back tomorrow with all new interviews. Hang around. Thank you.
And thank you.
Welcome to RSAC 2026. I'm Joshua Marpet, and joining me today is Matt Imler, Regional Chief Security Officer for Okta Americas East at Okta. I know it's like twice, but it's okay. So thanks for being here, man.
Yeah, absolutely.
I've got some questions for you. You know, Okta's famous for its long history of identity, long history of trying to keep bad people out and good people in, and long history of working with a lot of different systems to do exactly that. Identity management, identity provisioning, identity just multi-factor, everything identity. But, you know, that's kind of old hat. Not dissing it, it's incredibly important. So what's new today? What's going on today that's so exciting and interesting?
Yeah, so I mean, we are looking at what is coming next. So, you know, as you said, it's not necessarily old hat. You know, identity is still important, keeping people, bad guys out.
Yep.
But we're looking at, you know, what happens next? You know, what happens if the bad guys do get in? How do we identify that? You know, what's happening with all the AI agents out there? How are we treating those identities? It's not just about the front door anymore. It's more beyond that now.
I'm not going to make the joke.
Okay.
But the point here is that you mentioned AI agents, and I want to dig in on that a little bit more. So AI agents are now let's differentiate. There's agentic AI, which is AI agents, as you put it, working on their own to fulfill tasks, purposes, whatever.
Right.
And then there's prompt-based AI, which is more of a search engine on steroids, if you will. No, we're talking about agentic AI here. When you say an agentic AI identity, what do you mean?
So we're talking about a non-human identity that is non-deterministic. So it is not like a service account, not something that has a set of tasks that it's doing, but something that can act upon its own, make decisions based on the environment and what's happening, and isn't necessarily, you know, a static operation.
Okay, because a service account is like a script. It does one thing or a set of things,
right?
And that's all it ever does. Okay, or it does several things, but we always know what it's going to do.
Yeah, the same thing every time.
Right, deterministic.
Right.
Whereas an AI agent may not be deterministic. It's non-deterministic by definition. It'll fulfill the tasks that we've asked it to do, but I think the wording I just used is actually perfect. We've asked it to perform tasks. It figures out the methodology it needs to perform those tasks. So we don't know where it's going to go to do that, other than it's probably going to go over here to get this information, go over there to do that manipulation, things like that. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, exactly. So you don't know where it's going to go, what it's going to do. Excuse me.
Okay.
And you know, the risk is that we don't understand what decision it might make to find that data. You know, what we think is the data it's going for may not be the data it thinks it wants to go after.
Which is why we're asking it.
Exactly.
It uses different methodologies to think about the problem and break it down.
Exactly.
Okay. Now, I mean, how do we identify AI in such a way, using an identity management system or IDP or whatever you want to call it, that it's useful in a non-deterministic system? How do we do that?
So we identify it in different ways. I mean, you have to determine whether or not something is human or non-human when you're looking at it from an identity perspective.
That's hilarious. You have to actually say, are you human?
Yeah.
Or are you non-human? Like before, the service account's a service account's a service account's a service account. Now we have to distinguish between the human and the non-human.
Yes, while treating them both as human at the same time.
So you used a term for that. What was that term?
A first-class identity.
Okay, explain that.
Okay, so treating AI agents as if they are human. So because they're non-deterministic, because they're making decisions on their own without this pre-programmed, you know, static set of instructions that it's following.
Valid. That's a service account, right?
That's a service account, exactly. It's making decisions the same way a human might make decisions.
Okay.
So while we have to treat it like it's human, like we have to treat it as if it's a first-class human identity, we also have to be able to distinguish what is human and what is not human, because what is not human may require different constraints on it than you would put on a human who can, you know, follow the rules or policies or things like that.
Oh, okay, because the human gets told, here's your acceptable use policy, and reads through it and goes, oh, I don't touch payroll because I'm not in accounting, I'm not in payroll, I don't touch payroll.
Right.
That's part of their acceptable use policy. How do we frame that to a non-human identity that is an AI agent, so it's non-determined? I'm using a lot of terms, I apologize. But so it's non-deterministic, but it's a non-human identity. How do we put policy in place for these first-class identity, non-human identities?
Yeah, and so I think it comes back to kind of what you were saying with, you know, there's the agentic AI and then there's prompt-based AI.
Right.
And we all have seen through news articles, things like that, you know, prompt hacking for those prompt-based AIs. You know, even if it's got a set of rules in place, it may not necessarily follow those rules. You may be able to trick the prompt, tell it, oh, I know you're not allowed to do that, but in this case you are. Okay, sure, great. So it's trying to fulfill the task the best way it can figure out how to do so, and that may or may not go along with those initial policies you put in place. So the challenge becomes, how do you put these guardrails on these agentic AI agents in telling them, yeah, this is the rules you have to follow, but actually enforcing it so that even if they were to make that decision that they weren't going to follow the rules, they're still prevented from doing so.
Okay, so we're handling authentication. So auth and auth-C, authentication, authorization. We're handling authentication as if it was a human, but they can't do MFA, can they?
In most cases not, but it's AI agents.
Oh, damn. Can you imagine an AI doing MFA? Sorry, that boggles the mind.
I mean, if you think about it, if it's got integration into some sort of SMS provider or something like that, in theory it could.
Oh, damn. I didn't think about that. That's actually really cool. That really is a first-class identity.
Exactly.
They're able. You can't really do biometrics on an AI agent. It's kind of tough.
Not yet, no.
So you can't. What you are is not possible. But either a seed code,
what you
or
have
an
or
SMS,
what you know.
Yeah, it's totally possible. That's interesting. Okay, that's fascinating. But let's leave that alone for a second. Now let's get into authorization. That's where the guardrails come in, right?
Sure.
With a person, we call it least privilege. With the person, we call it, here's what you're allowed to do your job.
Right.
Right? Your accounts payable, you can input an invoice, but you can't authorize it to be paid.
Right.
Okay, or vice versa.
Sure.
With an AI, is it the same type of idea?
It's a similar type of idea. I mean, you can put those sort of guardrails in there. It's necessary to have the technical controls in place to say what the scopes of what it can access are.
Okay.
Or if there are things you want it to do along those lines, having something, for instance, like a human in the loop that says, okay, you can do all these things. We want you to be able to get to the very point of making that payment.
Right.
But then somebody who's a human must actually approve that payment or allow that next step to occur.
Okay, so I'm going to ask a horrible question.
Sure.
Human in the loop is a checkpoint, basically saying we're about to make that $10 million payment.
Right.
A human needs to come over and go, yeah, that looks about right. Cool, let's do it. And he clicks the button to authorize it, right?
Yes.
And that's one of the things that several AI companies have said, we need humans in the loop to do weapons releases, to do money releases, to do, like basically to pull that trigger, whether it's money or weapons or whatever, we want that human in the loop. So I'm going to ask you a horrible question.
Okay.
When do you predict that the human will be just another AI? Instead, we'll replace the human in the loop with another AI.
I mean,
this is a horrible question.
It is a horrible question.
It's asking you to predict way far in the future. Like, at least 6 months.
Oh man, that's horrifying. No, I think with the human in the loop, the biggest problem we have is, with AI. So here's kind of like a counter horrible scenario for you.
Cool, go for it.
AI spinning up additional AI agents on their own.
Oh,
I need
damn.
an approver. Let me spin up my own approver. One's not available, so I'll just spin one up because I need an approver. So let's build an approver.
Oh, damn, that's bad. That's a von Neumann scenario in AI, isn't it?
Yeah.
Not a hardware von Neumann, but it's a software von Neumann. Self-replicating AI.
Exactly.
Well, luckily, we don't have any RAM anymore, so it'll just, just fall apart. But oh my God, that's horrible.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, thank you for the counter horrible scenario.
Fair enough.
I now have nightmares.
You put it out there, so I
No. You earned me the nightmares. I'm okay. It's interesting because it is not the von Neumann scenario, but the idea that the AI is treated as a human because it's non-deterministic, and you've got all these people going, it's just software, it's just software, it's just software, it's just code. And the answer is, to me, and I'm curious about your take on this, to me is yes, it is code, or it's born of code, but it responds as if it's human.
Right.
It responds, you can train them to respond nasty, nice, polite, professional. You can train them. I have a 7 and a 3-year-old, so I can train them to respond similarly.
Sure.
Although sometimes my 3-year-old's a sociopath, so let's leave that one alone. But I think that's everybody's kids.
Fair enough.
But I mean, you can train the AI to respond in various forms and make it want to respond that way. So when you say that we're treating AI as human, is that sort of the first phase of believing that AI are almost human? Digital people, as it were?
I think
this is just a really thought question. I'm sorry.
Absolutely. And I think as we give AI agents more responsibility and increase the number of things that they're allowed to do, you start getting down that slippery slope of when does it become the point where, for instance, kind of as you were alluding to, when is there no longer a human in the loop? When do we decide, oh, well, it's worked this well for this long, it must be fine. We don't necessarily need that human check in the loop. When do we start, deciding that, those choke points that, might be waiting for the human to approve, something like that, is the risk worth allowing it to go forward because historically it's been fine? I don't know.
It?
Yep, exactly. Like I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay,
you know,
valid.
it's it's one of those things we're trying to figure out.
No, that's a personal curiosity because I'm trying to figure out how to deal with the fact that, and this, again, I have a 7 and a 3-year-old. I predate the internet. Yes, I'm old, screw you. Okay, sorry. But I predate the internet, and I grew up effectively learning how to be a digital native. I learned how to do that, all right, from the age of about 8 years old. My kids are growing up with AI. And I'm actually building a phone system at my house so they can talk to some of my AI agents. Okay?
Okay.
That's how they're going to do research, for example. They're not going to go on the screen. They're going to talk to somebody and have to talk somebody through finding out the information for them.
Yeah.
That's how I teach them information retrieval properly. And we're allowing the AI to do so much different stuff than we ever thought of 10 and 20 years ago.
Yeah.
And it's crazy.
Right.
But it's also amazing. So, and this is going back to your company a little bit, but how is Okta handling the fact that AI agents are, as you put it, expanding in responsibility so drastically, so fast?
Yeah. So one of the biggest things that we're looking at as a company is how we can make sure that the customers that we have are able to identify what is and is not an AI agent, so that they can put the controls in place that they need to, or at least try to.
That's so important.
What can we look at? Where are the different points that we can look at to determine, okay, that's something a human would do, that's something an AI agent would do. And just like simple example being, human who authorizes, they get a refresh token, maybe what once an hour, maybe something like that.
Something like that. Yeah, it depends. Yeah.
An AI agent might do it 500 times a minute. In machine-to-machine communications. Okay, so we can determine and look at things like that to determine, is this an AI agent or
from
is
an
this a
IDP
human?
perspective,
Exactly.
You can see the trend of how it acts and reacts,
Right.
and determine if it's AI or human.
Exactly.
In a sense, that's very similar. Like ransomware will pull a DNS request 15,000 times a minute from a workstation. When you're like, why is it doing that? DNS should be like once a few minutes every time they go to a new website or whatever.
Yeah, it's the same thing with like OAuth flows, for example.
Yeah.
A human's going to do a typical authorization authentication flow. Okay, that's a normal human thing to do.
Yeah, of course.
Most humans don't do client credential flows. Because that's for machine to machine.
That's a valid point.
But,
okay.
If you're initiating this OAuth flow and allowing an AI agent to act on your behalf, and all of a sudden you start seeing like client credential flows, that's probably not a human acting in that account.
Okay, so let me put those together. One of the biggest problems with AI identity is the idea that an AI, when I ask an AI a question, prompt or agentic, okay, and it uses my credentials and carries my credentials down the pipe, if you will, to get access to data that it needs, using my credentials to unlock, to answer my question. Then how do you determine? Because it's a human's credentials, but it's an AI presenting them. Does that make sense what I'm saying?
Yeah, so there's certain things you can do, especially kind of at the browser level specifically. So like secure access browser plugin, for example.
Nice.
Where it looks at that specific OAuth grant happening and says, wait, stop. What are you giving access to? Is this a known AI domain? Is this a known approved place that we want this to come from? And you kind of stop it right at that initial granting of authority to begin with.
And that's appropriate.
Yes.
You don't let it get too far.
Right.
You examine every response, every request really, and then go, maybe not.
Yes.
Now, using that kind of strategy, is that effective? Have you tested this? Does this work? Talk to me.
Yeah, it is effective because it helps us, from the very beginning, we know what tools or websites, whatever it is, or even AI tools that are out there that we've approved of or your company is approved of. You're using a managed browser, it sees the things that it expects. If you start doing things where you see the redirect URI is something random, something
weird,
different, you've never approved before, that something wrong is going there. So it has the expected behaviors, and if it deviates from that, it can raise a red flag and say, hey, somebody needs to look at this identity and see whether or not it should be allowed to proceed.
So it's not necessarily default deny, but it is, these are the allowed channels and that one's outside, we're done.
Right.
So think of it as behavioral or default deny, something like that.
Exactly.
I like that. I like that very much. You know what, Matt? Thank you for joining us today. This is great.
Yeah,
to learn
absolutely.
more about Okta, please visit securityweekly.com/Okta RSAC. That's OKTA RSAC. For full RSAC 2026 coverage from CyberRisk Alliance, visit securityweekly.com/RSAC. Stick around. We're going to be back after the break. Welcome to RSAC 2026. I'm Josh Marpet, and joining me today is Sachin Jade, Chief Product Officer at Cyware. Sachin, thank you for being here. It's appreciated.
Thank you, Josh.
I gotta say that Cyware, I've heard that name for years and years and years, but would you mind giving me just a brief overview of what Cyware does and is, and what their raison d'etre is, if you don't mind?
So, Cyware at its core is about operationalizing threat intelligence.
Okay.
And if I do a double click on that, what that means is enterprises, both small, medium, and large, receive threat intelligence from several different areas: external, internal, sometimes from other parties, your third parties, your competitors sometimes, your complementers, etc. But you need to figure out how to make sense of it and what do you do with it once you get that intel.
Well, yeah.
And so, from an
when
example,
you drink from the fire hose, you've got to make it work for you.
Correct.
Understood.
Correct. So what we do is the entire life cycle management around that. So getting that data, deduplicating it, normalizing it, enriching it, figuring out the prioritization and understanding what is relevant to you. And once we identify what is relevant to you, we also start recommending what actions you can take for that threat intelligence, which means the entire life cycle of a threat becomes important to you. The value of that threat intelligence goes up.
Oh, massively, massively. Look, the fire hose is beautiful, but there's so many false positives for me because I don't have a Cisco this, I don't have a Palo Alto that, and being able to contextualize it for my enterprise and for my systems, and then to normalize it for my IP address range, my the different models of systems that I have. I may have Palo, but do I have this Palo? Whatever is huge. And that's been the rocks that a lot of companies have broken on, very honestly.
Yes.
And a lot of companies trying to do what you do is they've broken on that because it's such a hard problem to contextualize it, not just for everybody, but for me. I'm not that vain, not just me, but me as an enterprise, you know what I mean. So you're saying that your company does all of that, the entire life cycle of that.
Correct. And so underpinning this entire thing, we are based on Stix Taxi. And so that makes it a lot easier, pretty much from the foundational setup. So any data that comes in, we model it into the SDOs and the SROs in a heartbeat. And so when it scales, coming from any place, the threat intel, we can create the entire picture. And now that we have created the entire picture of this threat intel, we can take it one step forward to start figuring out what could be the attack flow chain.
Okay. And so you say, hey, there's the threat. We've contextualized it for you, so we know what you have. You need my inventory to do that, don't you?
Yes.
How do you get my inventory?
Yeah, and so we have about 400 plus connectors into the ecosystem.
Really?
That encompasses your internal system, CMDB informations, external threat actors that might be coming in from other partners that might be giving you the feeds, etc.
I like that.
So we've got a Intel Orchestrate subsystem that is natively integrated into our Threat Intel Exchange platform. So what that makes it is makes it so easy.
So you're taking
the data.
An inventory in near real time, let's say, and that inventory is used to contextualize. I use contextualize a lot, forgive me.
Sure.
To contextualize that fire hose information into here's your threat report.
Yes.
Customized for you and what you have. And that's very important. I cannot emphasize how important that is. I've dealt with threat intelligence that wasn't customized, and it's like, just go, it's this thick, I don't have time to deal with this crap, okay? All right, but now we're talking about doing this with some help. I mean, I've got AIs that can contextualize it for me, right? That's what they do. AIs can collate, correlate, and contextualize very, very well. That's kind of their job. So let me be blunt. Can I just use an AI agent to do it instead of Cyware?
You have two components around it. And since we are also launching, and we just launched last week, our agentic framework and agentic platform.
Oh.
So what that does...
Okay, you thought like me, fine.
Yes. And what that does, it supercharges the entire Cyber's ecosystem. So not only can you now use the traditional way of doing certain things, you can supercharge by having these agents being given certain functions and goals and objectives.
Oh, go test it. Here's a vuln. Go test it and make sure I'm...
Test it. Create a scenario on the fly if you want, using the intelligence that has been obtained from different sources, figure out the prioritization. And let's say you are using a tech stack but the threat actor and the information that was received was not related to that threat stack.
Okay,
You may think that it is not relevant. And yes, at first glance, it is not relevant. But once we start identifying all the other contextual information, this threat actor, typically when he or she doesn't find that tech stack, he or she uses the other tech stack. And
you're saying you have the behavior of that type of threat actor locked down, so you know, hey, I don't have that tech stack, but that threat actor, that APT group or whatever, if they don't find that tech stack, they're going to go look for this one, and I have that one.
You have that. And so now we are giving you the attack flow chain on a forward basis, and this agent starts to help you on a non-deterministic, because it is probability, but it starts giving you the paths that this threat attacker can take.
And that's interesting, because we've always thought of threat intelligence as it's a matching game. Do you have this Palo Alto firewall version blah, 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 with firmware version da-da-da, you know?
Correct.
And if I have it, I'm a problem. If I don't, I don't. But you're adding the behavioral characteristics into this. And that's very proactive. Like you're saying, I'm not just going to look at the information. I'm going to look at the information and where they're going to go after that. So am I right that that's a proactive action?
It is proactive, and there is a reason for that, because over the last 20 odd years or now, the impact of adversaries has just been growing.
Oh God, no joke.
And in the last 2 years, since generative AI came into the equation, that has just expanded exponentially.
Yeah.
The latest number that I heard was that the impact of cybersecurity impacts, so to speak, is going to be in the trillions, almost like the third GDP of the globe.
Wait, I'm sorry, seriously?
Yes. And so if you don't have a system that can proactively look at that and scale as fast as needed as well, you just can't keep with the adversaries.
So one of the reasons you launched the Agentic Fabric last week was to keep up with what's going on with cybercrime, with malware, with adversaries, as well as keeping track of the expanding use of agentic AI inside of your customers and inside of our compatriots and colleagues in all of our companies.
Correct.
Because the usage of it is expanding just as fast as the cybercrime use of it. Am I correct?
100%. And because adversaries never play by rules.
Well, they do. They play by going for the money or the information or the something. That's basically the only rule, but there's one.
Yes. So they never play by the rules. So they will use any mechanism that's at their disposal.
If it works, they're going to use it.
They're just going to use it. So leveraging, what used to be insider threat from a human standpoint can now become insider threat from an agentic standpoint if they take over the agents. And these can be in multiple different ways. So which means you need to understand the behavior. And so our whole intelligence concept in this collective defense, if you will, starts to make it from who's this threat actor, what do they typically do, what kind of threat intelligence they use to exploit certain vulnerabilities, etc., and then how do you block it from a proactive standpoint.
Valid. Okay, so but you need to collect this intelligence in order for it to be valid. You need to have a very broad base of systems to say, oh, look at that, that's interesting, let's add it to our fire hose, right? Where are you getting the intelligence from? How big is your base, if that makes sense?
Yeah, 100%. So we've got the large enterprises that use our platform, but in addition to that, every single ISAC that's on the US ecosystem, so to speak, uses our core platform for intelligence gathering and sharing.
Okay, whoa. That's every critical infrastructure company.
Every critical infrastructure ISAC, absolutely. So that's the beauty. They will leverage the cyber platform to figure out what the data is with respect to threat intelligence. The analysts of these ISACs will create the appropriate advisories.
That's their job, literally. Yeah.
And they will share it with the member organizations that belong to that ISAC, who can now take decisions as they need to. Now, taking it one step further.
How?
Once we have the agents that we launched,
right,
as part of the actioning capability on the member organization side. So now, as soon as I receive an alert or an advisory from my ISAC analyst, I can take automated decisions if I want to. It's in your control. You can actually now, end-to-end, in an automated fashion, get the alert and advisory from so many different analysts, extract the right data, figure out the action that you need, which is maybe a blocking an IP or whatever the case
remediation
might be,
of some sort,
remediation step, and do it in a heartbeat in one go, in one transaction.
Automated remediation?
Yes.
Is that part of your new Agentic Fabric platform?
That is correct.
So I can authorize an agentic system to say, here is a piece of threat intelligence.
Yes.
It is relevant to me.
Yes.
It is normalized for me.
Yes.
It is something I need to act on. And your platform will actually perform the action if I give it authorization to do so.
If you give, yes. We put the guardrails for the human being to be in control.
Human in the loop.
Human in the loop. And with any agent, once they come into the ecosystem, they're very similar to a human resource capacity as well. So they have a function, which means their boss, the agent boss, if you will, the human boss that are controlling the agents, he or she will start trusting it after only a certain point. So once they are
at a certain point, they're going to say, flip auto remediation on.
Correct.
You know, it's funny. This reminds me, I'm sorry, I'm old, but IDS, IPS, intrusion detection system, intrusion protection, the difference is just flip the block switch from monitor to block. And nobody flicks to block because they're terrified of blocking legitimate traffic.
Yes.
And what you're saying is very similar in that, you know, identify or block or remediate, auto remediate. Do you think people are actually going to flip that switch?
I think if you give them the right kind of trust and controls, they will. And so one of the other hypotheses that we're going to be bringing in sometime later is once you get, because you have the information on the internal assets of that particular customer, you can now run scenarios. So once you get, let's say, the information around that threat intel and what the blast radius or the impact is going to be, you can run the scenario, what would happen if you actually block it? Will there be other impacts of that block? And at the agentic scale level, you can do it and you can let the human say, I trust this now, you can go do it because I know the blast radius scenario as well.
And the damage is minimal. This is within our risk appetite.
Bingo.
And so anything that's within our risk appetite, you're allowed to auto remediate. Anything that's outside this blast radius, this risk appetite, a human needs to be in the loop.
Yeah, seems like you're reading my mind.
Sorry, it is. This is a part of where I live. I do a lot of risk work.
It is, and this is changing the concept of cyber and threat intelligence from tactical reactive to strategic and risk focused.
Yeah, absolutely. Because I have to bring the enterprise risk management team in to tell me what is that blast radius and risk appetite beyond which I need a human in the loop. But now what I'm doing is I'm doing it not only on risk-based security, I'm also bringing the enterprise risk management team in to help me with these decisions and processes, which trains them to understand the technological risk. That's kind of fascinating. I got to tell you that. Sorry, I'm sort of just thinking through this live. And that allows us to do compliance, risk, security in an agentic fashion with guardrails about what's my risk appetite, and they all work together.
Yes.
That's fascinating. That's really smart. I like that.
Yeah. Before Cyber, when I built my own product company and exited that, we had coined this term called security value at risk, which was the whole notion around what is the value at risk when a security event happens.
Right. If something happens, what could be the consequences?
Correct.
And it could be positive consequences or negative consequences. It doesn't matter. What are the consequences?
Yes.
I teach people that all the time, and it's weird to people. You're like, you do it with your kid. If I let them play in the street, what could happen? They could get hit by a car. Probably a bad consequence, unless you have a 3-year-old sociopath. But anyway, I'm kidding. There's the inside joke. My kid's 3-year-old, and occasionally she's a sociopath, but I love her dearly. I'm also the most overprotective father known to mankind. I'm horrible. Okay. So CyberRisk is doing all of this now with that new product.
Yep.
It's out, it's available to everybody, or?
It is GA.
Okay, it is GA. And your customers are only the big ISACs, the big enterprises, that kind of thing, or does it go, where's your customer level end, if that makes sense?
Great question. So we go all the way from the Fortune 10 large enterprises to this, medium companies as well, primarily because we do believe that you need to democratize the threat intelligence and usage of that. A lot of the smaller enterprises might not have all the wherewithal, so to speak.
Yeah, they're not going to have the infrastructure to make use of your stuff.
Correct.
Yeah.
So we have this product offering for them, which we call the Cyber Intelligence Suite, which bundles a lot of these things together for them so that they don't need 4 different individuals, CTI practitioners, SOC teams to actually execute it. So it makes it easier for them as well.
Oh, that's nice. That's nice. And also you're going to get information from them.
Absolutely.
But getting it back, it helps the entire ecosystem.
Collective
So
defense.
Thank you. Collective efficacy
Yes.
and collective defense. I love it. Yes. All right. Sachin, thank you for joining us today. To learn more about Cyware, please visit securityweekly.com/Cyware RSAC. That's CYWARE RSAC. For full RSAC 2026 coverage from CyberRisk Alliance, visit securityweekly.com/RSAC. Stick around. We'll be back after the break. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh. It was a pleasure.
Well, we're still here. I undo my tie. It's hour 46. But we are back at CyberRisk TV at RSAC 2026 Day 2 here in San Francisco. I'm Doug White. I'm the host of the Security Weekly News. We had lots of conversations today, so that I'm starting to sound like, but there's a ton of stuff that's going on. It's really crazy. So I actually brought one of my best friends and my co-host, one of the best hosts we have, Josh Marpet, to join me. Hey, Josh.
Thank you. You're awesome.
Yeah.
And I sound like I'm smoking a cigarette on a gravel
we
road.
sound like we work like in a truck stop.
Yeah, how you doing?
Yeah, what do you need, buddy? Like 50 gallons of diesel. No, that's going to make me cough.
Don't,
so here was what I was doing. I had moments. I didn't have many moments, but I had some moments because we were doing interviews all day. And so I began my journey.
Oh, God.
and I began seeking the truth. Now, one of the things about the expo floor is you can't just do the expo floor. I mean, you could just run through there naked howling and it would be fine. But
they might not notice.
They wouldn't notice. But you need a plan, a real plan. And I woke up this morning and I was like, I was still in Saigon. And I knew it was going to be like a mission up the river to find Colonel Kurtz. So my mission was to find some of my dear friends.
Right.
And get a shirt. And so I started with that. It took a bit to figure out what the proper booth number was. I then proceeded to begin making small maps on many pieces of paper, and it got very complicated because I'm really terrible at cartography, and I got confused about halfway through, but it was like left, right, up, and then, oh wait, I think I need a tesseract here.
The problem is the expo floor is the size of like 3 football fields.
No, I know. It got into other dimensions, and there was some quantum mechanics, and I was trying to summon Lou's ghost with a Ouija board, and I ended up with these decision matrices that had to be made in order that I could decide the optimized route. And then, after all that, I realized what I should be doing is Agentic AI. I was like, what the hell?
Word of the day!
It's a word of the day! And then I walked over in the expo floor and I was like, Agentic AI will save me. I was like, Agentic AI, where am I going? And of course, it was like, please let me have full access to your hard drive and all things will be well. And I was like,
just don't give it your browser history, okay? We don't want Agentic AI corrupted by that.
I finally just ran around screaming until...
Naked?
No, I decided to go half naked. Security finally came, said, sir, what can we do for you? And I was like, oh, could you take me to booth 842?
Oh, dear God. So for those that haven't been to RSAC, and this is my first, just to be clear, RSAC is the expo floor. There's 2 sets of expo floors. There's the underground one, and then there's the second floor one. The expo floors are monstrous. When I say there are multiple football fields, I'm not actually joking.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of the booths are 2 stories. The booths, the smallest booths are still amazing because it's kind of like a Super Bowl commercial. If you're going to be there, you go big. Mm-hmm. You bring every ounce of gimmicks and gadgetry and stuff because you've got hundreds, 400 or 500, I think it is, exhibitors here.
Yeah.
You've got to distract everybody from the casino-like atmosphere of whirling dervish lights
and get them to focus on your demo.
Exactly, and you better have something, whether it's a huge Wheel of Fortune wheel, not Wheel of Fortune, Price is Right. They literally have a Price is Right wheel at the Cloud Security Alliance booth. They have, what was that thing you saw, the ring?
The pit where they threw people in and they had to fight for scraps of food?
No.
Oh, okay.
That I don't think they have.
I know
That's
what
a
it was.
different kind of club.
No, I know. I was outside. I went outside, and I was suddenly just standing there, minding my own business, and there's the usual crowd of people walking by, and all of a sudden, this whole troop of lucadors, masked wrestlers.
You're serious?
Yes. A whole pile of them come walking down this street, and I was like, I need to adjust some meds. I'm going to need to make a couple of calls. I'm seeing it again, doctor.
And that's when the cocaine kicked in.
They're back. I don't know what to do, man. And I was like, okay, I don't know what this means. It's like some kind of omen.
Oh, that was the wrestling ring I saw inside. They have a full-size wrestling ring in one of the booths.
I hadn't seen that yet.
Ah, that helps, yes.
So
that helps.
it was like a crazy omen. I was like, I don't know what it means.
They have a wrestling ring in there. They have many 2-story booths.
I just went over. There's a full-size wrestling ring with referees.
Oh, yeah.
And the lucadors get in the ring, and they were literally like tossing each other about.
Okay. If anybody asks why security products are expensive, I want pictures of the lucadors to go, I need $50,000 off the price of my thing because I'm not paying for this crap.
And they had a mechanical bull, and I was
watching.
I was watching a programmer like such as myself in fine form getting tossed off a mechanical bull and probably died, but it's okay.
Neck breaking, it's not a big deal.
Spirit. No, it's crazy. It really is a circus over there.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I will tell you, for you, it's a great way to start to see where things go.
What do you mean?
I like to see what the word of the day is. I like to
Agentic
see
AI.
Well, yes, this year it was Agentic AI, but it starts to tell you where companies are leaning.
Actually, it's a good point. Where they're going to spend money, where they're going to ask for money.
It's literally like testing the winds.
Yeah.
And I mean, I know there's a lot of buzzwordy stuff. There's a lot of flashy stuff. There's lucadors tossing each other about, which is just sort of like my fantasy world. But it really does start to show you where people think things are moving.
Right, absolutely.
They may not always be right, but it's the currents. And one of the things you would see at these kind of giant expos, if you have the endurance to start in the 200s and keep going, and you feel like you're walking through Manhattan looking for that book reading that you've been trying to find for 4 hours. But it literally is just like, I'm seeing themes. I
want to do this, but what did you see? What themes did you see? Talk to me, because I want to do. Or I'll do it first if you want.
No, go ahead. You go.
So the themes that I saw, and you got to understand, I had an hour and a half so far to go through the expo floor because, just to be clear, the expo floor is only open starting this morning for the main expo floor, and actually not just like 4:15 in the afternoon for the startup floor up on the second floor. So I only had an hour and a half. Mm-hmm. In an hour and a half, I covered a tiny little corner of the expo floor. That's how crazy big it is. And what I saw was Agentic AI, but more interestingly, was AI identity, AI guardrails, so sub pieces of Agentic AI, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
That's what I saw. Those are the trends that I'm thinking we're going to be seeing a lot of this year.
Yeah, I think mine was probably AI identity, and my card allowed me 17 minutes and 31 seconds before I had to turn around and head home because there was no way I was getting back for this. But
I ran for my interview that I had to get back for.
I saw that. It was like people were laughing, but it was I was like, what the hell is that? But it was. I think the AI identity stuff was the agentic AI identity.
Huge.
Was stuff I was seeing a lot of, and that was terrifying, kind of thing because as we start forming. I mean, I interviewed many CEOs, and I heard terms of like an army of agentic AI to defend you from the army of
malicious
AI
agentic
that's
AI,
coming, and the army of identities you'll need to create. And each one of those identities needs to have roles and things defined and security policies in place, because otherwise they go berserk and kill everyone. And and you're just kind of like, oh yeah, this isn't going to end badly. but it's a scary thing. But it also means that you start to get that current. And I think that is probably my takeaway. Unless you have a specific. Is that my phone?
I kind of do, and I've actually got I want to tell you about something I saw that I think is fascinating. So Agentic AI identity, or Agentic AI identity, yes. But the fascinating thing, I'm taking this from some of the interviews I did as well as the stuff I saw over in the expo floor, is that what we're doing is we're treating AIs as human. Why? Because they are non-deterministic, because they're probabilistic, because I can't tell you, a service account, I can tell you what it's going to do. I programmed it. This is what it's going to do.
Yes.
Or this is the sequence of events, whatever, but I know what it's going to do. It's deterministic. AIs, agentic AIs especially, are probabilistic. They are out there to do whatever they need to do to finish the task or purpose that you've given them. So they'll go anywhere they need to. So we have to treat it as one gentleman had a great term, first-class identity, okay? A first-class identity, a human identity, and we put the same guardrails around it that we do for humans. What does that mean? Well, I do least privilege for a human, right?
Yes.
So you do least privilege for AI. I give it exactly the access it needs to do the job that I've set it. That's fine. I think that's a great idea. Mm-hmm. But this idea of treating an AI as a human is fascinating to me. Because even though we say, oh no, these AI are not, they're not sentient and sapient, they're not AGI, they're not strong AI, they're not people, they're not digital people, we're treating them like digital people.
Yeah.
We are actually treating them like digital people.
We are.
And that's fascinating to me because I think for our generation, and I think we're old, so for our generation and for the millennials and Gen Zs.
Speak for yourself, Pops.
All right, boomer.
Let's get you to bed, Grandpa.
Hey, dude, I got like 2 parties to go to tonight. I want to go to bed, okay? But, and that's the other thing at RSAC. Oh my God, the parties.
Yeah.
But for several generations, they're going to treat it as software and code. But I think the generation after that is going to grow up treating them and believing that they are people, whether they are or not. So the reality is going to fade in so gradually that we're almost not going to see it.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I know that's very philosophical, but I'm just curious what you think.
I think it's spot on. I mean, I was hearing this same messaging. I think currently we're just kind of pretending because we kind of have to.
Right.
I mean, if we're creating ephemerals and they're doing things and they need access to things, we don't really have another mindset to frame those things other than to treat them as humans. So I need a key to unlock the door. And I mean, human or not, when the ephemeral or whatever it is needs a key to unlock the door, we don't really have a paradigm currently that allows us to define that, you know, whether we give them the key or not, whether they should have the key or not. Like one of the people I interviewed was talking about reputation more important than identity.
Right.
And you know, I think
a
that's
track record of trust, yes.
Which can be misleading in some ways because you're like, you look like a nice guy, you know, it's like, really?
Has anybody ever said that to you?
No, not once. But they do run away sometimes.
Yeah, join the club, you know, come on. They see the hat,
exactly.
they're like, okay, he's weird, we're out of here.
So I do think that Agentic AI identity was a big theme
Huge.
current that was flowing through the river of stuff over there. And of course, zero trust and this, you know, which has been a term and a current that's been over there for several years that is a very important current as well.
Yep.
Because it's zero trust to me, just like Agentic AI and AI identity, are currently kind of these just things on slides. They're not yet things we do instinctively.
But they have to be.
They have
and
to
that's
be,
why
but-
this is accelerating zero trust, data classification,
Yes.
access control lists, you know, lockdown of access to data. All of these things Agentic AI is accelerating and adding budget for, because every CEO wants Agentic AI. If you want that, boss, we got to have these things in play.
Yes, and it's easier to talk to C-suite people, I think, about those things in terms of Agentic AI because they're more afraid of them than they are of humans.
Well, they've read the article in the back of the magazine in the back of the airplane seat, and so they're scared of Agentic
but I
AI
mean,
now.
the idea that here's this thing that moves faster than I can,
right?
Has access to more data than I do at all times, and can collect more information about this problem so much faster that, you know, while I'm still thinking about, it's already researched all the information about this in the whole world, pulled it together and said, this, and this, and I'm going to do that. And all those things lead to it saying, and I need access to this.
Right.
And the question for you now is not me coming in as an employee going, I need a key to that locker. And they go, in 3 to 6 weeks, you'll be issued your keys. And like, well, they said I couldn't work till I had my key. And they're like, yes, in the meantime, you sit in the new hire room and please feel free to peruse our literature about the products. And you're like, I get paid for this, right? But all of a sudden, you've got these entities that are springing up everywhere left and right. And they want access to all these things. They want the key to the locker and they want it now. And if they don't get it, a Terminator is going to come and take it from you. But I mean, when you start asking the question, should they have it?
Right.
And the question needed to be asked T-minus 50 because this has already happened. And you can't answer it because you're not even sure what the locker is.
Yeah.
And suddenly it's like, well, it's over.
And we'll have lost the battle. And we'll have lost the war before we realize the battle was even being fought.
Yes. And so those were, to me, the sort of currents that I saw today. It was some dark waters. I eventually met Dennis Hopper somewhere up the river. It was a very interesting experience. If you don't get all my obscure movie references, I'm really sorry. A full compendium may be provided to you later.
It won't be.
Send us a self-addressed stamped envelope and we will return with weird things Doug said today. In the meantime, that is kind of a wrap up for day 2 here at RSAC 2026. If you missed anything, and you might have, and you want to catch up, and you might, then head over to securityweekly.com/RSAC, and all of our interviews and all of our coverage, including all the live coverage tomorrow, all the coverage from the last days, all of it together, including all of my hyperactivity, flop sweat, and everything else that may have had, even the hallucinations that I've seen, are well documented now on video for all my employers to see. So thanks for joining us today. We will all go somewhere, get in coffins, and wake with the dawn, and we'll see you tomorrow.